guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. What was supposed to be a hearing on the president's 2026 healthcare agenda, some lawmakers, including one from Georgia, grilled the health secretary's decision-making.
Lawmakers questioned Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. before a Senate committee. The discussion focused on several issues, including the dismissal of CDC Director Susan Monterez and various vaccine-related decisions. One of the lawmakers firing questions at Kennedy, Georgia's U.S. Senator Raphael Warnock.
You are a hazard to the health of the American people.
Can I respond?
No.
The hearing comes after more than 1,000 former and current Health and Human Services employees called for RFK Jr. to step down. I'm Liz Kennedy.
The U.S. Border Czar says federal agents are preparing to flood the zone in sanctuary cities in the Pacific Northwest. That includes Portland and Seattle.
Tom Homan, the White House's enforcement director, warned that operations could lead to collateral arrests of immigrants not deemed criminal threats, but living in the country illegally. The announcement comes weeks after Homan visited Portland's ICE facility. Mayor Keith Wilson responded that the city remains committed to its sanctuary status and will not assist federal immigration enforcement except when required by courts. I'm Monica Nelson.
ConocoPhillips is laying off nearly a quarter of its global workforce.
Confirmed Wednesday, it was restructuring the company and informed its employees it was reducing its workforce by 20 to 25%. The media director for ConocoPhillips says the majority of the layoffs take place this year. Company has about 13,000 employees worldwide, so over 3,000 workers could be affected. John Summers, USA Radio News.
Wall Street closed with stocks higher.
The Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 350 points, the S&P 500 gained 53 points, and the Nasdaq rose by 209 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
An elementary school in Virginia Beach has reported the state's latest case of measles.
The Virginia Department of Health says they received an email from Trentwood Elementary notifying them of a child with measles that had attended the second day of school, August 26. The school said it would remain open normally today, but all unvaccinated students and staff will be required to stay away from the school through September 16th. The Department of Health says possible exposure sites include children's hospitals in Virginia Beach and Norfolk, along with a CVS pharmacy in Virginia Beach. I'm Rosia Rivera.
Illinois and Chicago leaders are preparing for federal ICE agents to arrive in the coming days.
Governor J.B. Pritzker says he's heard reports that immigration enforcement can happen soon.
What we're hearing is that they'll be assembled, ready to go on Friday, and that they would begin actions on Saturday over the weekend.
There's still no word about whether National Guard troops are coming to the city. Pritzker met yesterday with leaders and volunteers from community violence intervention organizations to discuss the progress of their programs in reducing crime and violence. President Trump is considering sending the Guard to New Orleans instead.
Perry Williams with that report. New Mexico Governor Michelle Lujan Grisham is calling lawmakers into a special session.
The governor says she wants to address how New Mexico deals with the budget shortfalls created by the federal budget bill signed by President Trump in July. KOB-TV reports lawmakers will consider a handful of measures, including affordable health care, food assistance, and funding for public broadcasting, among others. The session's set to begin October 1st. I'm Connor Shreve.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. TEL's independent owner-operator program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. TEL has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code overnight100.
Under the dark night on the interstate, under the 100 miles in the pouring rain, these are worth all the time I've spent away. Under the dark night on the interstate, trying to make it right. My baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my old
Then here we go as we close out a Thursday, crossing over the midnight hour in the Eastern time zone. We shall make our way into Friday. Yes, indeed, TGIF. Day number 5 in the month of September. And away we go. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. All right, now looking at 51 outside the secret bunker at this hour. We had that frontal system come through. Got a good soaking rain during the overnight hours last night. Things cleared up. So a little cooler. And now we await the reinforcing shot of cool air that comes in over the weekend here in the Ohio Valley and eventually into much of the east, bringing another surge of fall-like temperatures once again. But first, we're actually going to warm up. I think we're going to hit the lower 80s for highs here this Friday afternoon before that next front comes in. Yeah, it looks like that first frontal system, which were impacting us about 24 hours ago, that's what's been moving through the eastern seaboard with some rain and some thunder. The lightning actually prompting about a 1-hour delay in the opening night of NFL football there in Philadelphia. So the game is ongoing. Currently, I'm seeing Phillies up 24-20. Looks like Dallas has the ball at their own 23-yard line. There's under 3 minutes to go in the game. Kind of coming down to the wire with that rain delay. So some late-night football to kick off the season. Meanwhile, our next frontal system, that's our reinforcing shot of cool air, is bringing a lot of rain. Portions of Minnesota, much of Wisconsin, heavy rains in much of northern Wisconsin. Then a line of showers that extends down from, say, about Madison, Wisconsin to just east of Des Moines, Iowa at this hour. So a brief surge, again, here, a brief surge in spring-like conditions will be fueling some of these locally heavy, possibly severe thunderstorms across the Midwest and eventually the east into the weekend here. Cool fronts are going to trigger showers and thunderstorms from the Midwest to the eastern and southern U.S. over the coming days. As the cool air advances, brief surges of warm, humid air ahead of those fronts, producing the thunderstorms and torrential downpours, some strong winds and hail. The risk of tornadoes is low with this setup over the next few days. Occasionally, severe thunderstorms do produce brief tornadoes. There's actually 2 main cool fronts that are going to bring 2 separate rounds of gusty showers and at times severe thunderstorms. As warmer, more humid air surges north, showers and some locally stronger storms will extend from southeastern Ontario and southwestern Quebec all the way down to northern Georgia and Alabama. As we head through the upcoming weekend, Friday afternoon, Friday evening, the greatest risk of severe weather, producing winds 50 to 75 miles per hour, potentially some hail and torrential downpours, will now extend from southwestern Pennsylvania and southern Ohio to western Tennessee and northern Mississippi. Yeah, storms with frequent lightning may disrupt some of our Friday evening sporting events there. After the showers move through the Appalachians late Friday night into Saturday morning, daytime heating will enhance some activity along much of the Atlantic seaboard for Saturday afternoon and Saturday evening. Yeah, the greatest risk of severe thunderstorms with winds 55 to 75, hail, torrential downpours, again for Saturday, extending from southern New Hampshire all the way down to central North Carolina. It looks like travelers along the Interstate 95 corridor for Saturday afternoon, Saturday evening should anticipate some delays. Air travel may be affected at some of the major hubs from Boston and New York City to Washington, D.C., and maybe Charlotte and possibly even Atlanta. Thunderstorms may affect parts of Florida and Atlantic Canada come Sunday, Well, that may disrupt some travel and outdoor plans. Many areas in the east have been experiencing worsening drought, and they could actually benefit from some rain as long as it's not flooding rainfall. We will be watching for a significant flash flood threat to develop in parts of Texas this weekend into early next week as one front will stall over the region and tropical moisture is going to come streaming in from the hurricane that's impacting western reaches of Mexico. At this hour, I see some of those rains extending all the way up to the New Mexico border there. So that's going to be a concern for the upcoming days. Meanwhile, we are into the month of September. What's going on in the tropics? Looks like a budding tropical rainstorm with a high risk of organizing into a full-fledged tropical storm and strengthening to hurricane before reaching the Caribbean by the middle of next week. Yeah, we had a rare, quiet stretch around the Labor Day weekend. Right now, the Atlantic is indeed becoming active again, multiple areas being monitored for development. We'll break down the tropical threats in the coming days. For the weekend, everything will be good. But next week, things really may begin to get active and have to pay attention for folks from Florida up the eastern seaboard with several systems crossing the Atlantic. All right, what do we see? Checking in out of the box. Hello, Philly Dan. How's your week been going? TGIF. It's Friday already. Hope everybody has a great weekend. Long football game going on with that 1 hour rain delay. Go Eagles, he says. Yeah, where are we at? 24-20. They've already gone through the 2-minute warning. Who's it going to be? Coming down to the wire here. Hello to Jeffrey in southern Florida. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. Hello, Pappy. It's Friday, the 5th day of September in the year of our Lord, 2025. 44 years ago on this date, my firstborn came into the world. Well, all right, so there's a happy birthday. For the last time this week, somewhere deep beneath the Earth's crust is the hotshot secret hidden bunker. Throwing the breakers, raising the FR3 antenna. Yes, indeed, the stick shit eliminator power mic on. 844-844-3388, the digits to hit. Look at a double nickel 55 in Harrison, Ohio. Let's kick off the weekend right, turning the knob in the clockwise direction. Overnight drive, hammer down, and the Democrats apparently hate RFK Jr. for speaking the truth. No kidding. How dare he not tote to the Democrat line of lies and deception. Philly down. Cowboys are playing some good defense tonight. Okay, so good game, I guess, right? Larry, good afternoon. Hammer down, 65 degrees, New Paltz, New York. Wet, wet, and wet. Okay. Norman checks in from the home 20, north central Kansas. No scrap tonight. Going to be heading to Sublet, Kansas, Saturday to pick up a hopper. A Big Tipper getting some much-needed service right now. And everybody have a good weekend when you get to it. Mary Ann is in the house. Hello to the 15 car. Happy Friday, Steve. A perfect 58-degree night here in Charlotte. How about that Dale McDowell looking good tonight in Eldora? You think he can do it on Saturday? Yes, I did see the highlight reel. I guess it was the A main where Dale McDowell was able to make the pass on the last turn of the last lap, taking the win. Again, in the A main tonight, there in Eldora. The announcers were kind of astounded. They're like, Dale McDowell, unbelievable. Dale, don't you ever retire, they said. All right, Bill, good morning. Happy Friday. 55 rain in here in Beaver Dam, Wisconsin on the Pizza Shuttle Express. Things starting to get busy in the frozen pizza business. You know, football season is here, right? Have a great night, drivers. Be safe out there. Hello to Roy. Good evening. 56 right now. Only going down to 53 by sunrise in northwest Illinois. Seeing that little bit of a warm-up, right? Hello to the Goblin this Friday morning. I'll get to some of our other listening friends coming up here. We got to, of course, make it official. 1 day closer to what? The greatest day of the week, I presume. And we've got some college football picks to get underway here. We'll chat with Big Ed, the Grump, the analyst versus the prognosticator of prognosticators, all as we roll into a Friday.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success. Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Well, hello to Buckeye Boy. Checking in from Acworth, Georgia, 74 degrees. Had another beautiful day this past day. Actually, a little bit warm in the direct sun. Had a couple of short-lived showers, rumble of thunder. Yeah, I went to watch the grandson, who's 5, playing baseball. Is that T-ball? Well, let's say he was on the field. He was actually more interested in playing in the dirt, throwing his glove in the air, or between his legs and chasing it. All right. Robert Kennedy Jr. was verbally abused and insulted in that Senate hearing this past day by Democrats who have taken millions of dollars from the big pharmaceutical companies, healthcare companies, or health-related lobbyists. Have a great night, a better weekend, and everybody be careful out there. Hey, good morning from the Beach Bum, 78 degrees, Ocala, Florida tonight. Stay warm. We're headed to the beach this weekend. All right, Steve, have a great show. Double Trucker, 53, a nice, crisp, cool night outside. And we're ready for the true best day of the week. Everybody have a good weekend. Have a bunch of stuff to do this weekend. I'll tune in later on the way back to Western New York via the home of free speech, Rumble. Speaking of the greatest day of the week, hello, Captain Ron.
Well, we're one day closer to the greatest day of the week anyway.
Go figure.
So, that was Scrapyard that was talking about falling and hurting his ribs the other night, right?
Yes, indeed.
And the guy that helped him said he had dreadlocks. Did I hear that right?
You did indeed.
Well, why don't we just make that his handle? Just say dreadlock. He can use that as a handle.
Well, because he said he didn't have a handle. That's, a good idea.
I thought that was a pretty good idea.
Yeah.
See there, I'm on to something. How about that? Did Philip call last night? Talk about the vaccines at all?
We did not hear from Philip. Nope.
Oh, because everybody was wanting somebody from Florida, but
Yep.
I'm from Florida. Yeah, I don't. They're wanting to make it where it's not a requirement for kids anymore for the schools and all that. But I don't know. I'm kind of on the fence about vaccines because I had, when I was young, I had the what is it, the MMR? Is that what they call it?
Measles, mumps, rubella. Yes.
But I actually ended up with 2 out of 3 of those. I got the measles and I had the mumps. But are vaccinations designed to make it not as severe if you do get it? Am I right thinking that?
I mean, for some vaccines, but
some of them maybe.
I don't think the measles vaccine even came around until somewhere, I don't know, 1970s, I believe.
Well,
because I had the measles.
I've got some measles scars. Yeah, I've got some scars from them. That's the little round
right.
scars on your legs or whatever. Yeah, I've got a couple of those. And I had the mumps when I was young. My neck looked like I had one of them travel pillows up under my head. It was. I don't remember it other than the picture my mom had. Looked like I had one of them horseshoe pillows you put around your neck when you're flying or whatever.
Yeah.
What my neck looked like. But I don't know. I don't think they should get rid of them. I mean, that's how they got rid of polio and all of these other major diseases was with vaccines. So I don't know. It's kind of damned if you do and damned if you don't, I guess. But can you force parents to give them to their kids? Are we there yet?
Right, and I mean, I understand that, but things like polio. I mean, I guess if I'm a parent, I want to make decisions. You definitely want to get certain vaccines. If you want to leave out, if you want to take the risk and leave out the pertussis or the whooping cough, those sort of things that they can be deadly, though.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Exactly. But I don't know if you can force parents to do that or not. I mean, I got a niece that they didn't vaccinate their kids, and they moved down to Florida, and they eventually had to get their kids vaccinated before they would let them come to school.
Mm-hmm.
So, anyway. Well, I don't want to take up much more time of those football gurus, and I guess I'll give a Semper Fi shout out to Knuckle Buster and Go Blue. I need to start saying that now again, huh?
And that's gonna be one of the big picks we got coming up here. Obviously, you're hoping they take down Big Ed Sooners.
I'm hoping, but I appreciate you taking my call, and I'll be listening on the app.
All right, good to hear from you. So we now officially know we are one day closer to the greatest day of the week. How about that? Hey, got a couple moments. What's going on? Hillbilly Text 2 nights in a row.
Hey, well, yes, sir, Steve. Thank you, Steve, and all my brother and sister truckers, first responders, current veterans, and those who sacrificed it all so we could talk on this radio show tonight. You remember about 5 weeks ago, I was down yonder in Texas, and I introduced my grandson's mama. I showed her how to put the app on the telephone, so I was talking to her yesterday, and I told her just go on to YouTube and get on the chat room there, and she's scared to death. I was scared to death first time I ever talked to your daddy, like in late 83 or early 84, sometime in that area. And, so if y'all on that chat room tonight and you see somebody come in there called Winkle, That's her handle, Winkle.
Winkle.
She knows all about my trucking career. I've been around her for 40 years, but if you she'll be a new listener, and all I wish of y'all is to just reach out a hand and give her a big shout out for being a new time listener to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive radio and show.
There you go.
And I thank you for taking my call, Steve.
All right, Hillbilly Tex, tipping the hat, ringing the cowbell. Which exit was that off I-75? I always forget. Okay, vaccines, Buckeye Boy. He said the measles vaccine, I guess the original, was licensed in 1963. An improved version was developed in 1968, and ultimately the MMR vaccine, measles, mumps, rubella, was introduced in 1971. All right, thank you much. All right. Hello, Jason. Good morning. Passing through Beaver Dam, Kentucky. A beautiful moon out, 60 degrees with dry roads tonight. Be safe. To our listening family. Hey, get behind the wheel of a new truck with Tell's flexible lease options and full factory warranties. Learn more at tell360.com today.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The president of China believes that humanity is facing a difficult choice.
President Xi Jinping said humanity is faced with the choice of peace or war, dialogue or confrontation, win-win or zero-sum. Russian President Vladimir Putin and North Korean leader Kim Jong-un were both in attendance. During the event, President Trump claimed on Truth Social that China and its allies were conspiring against the U.S. I'm Rory O'Neill.
A federal animal abuse task force has launched in Los Angeles.
During his first term in 2019, President Trump signed the Preventing Animal Cruelty and Torture Act. The new task force is made up of several federal, state, and local agencies, including the FBI, LA County DA's office, LAPD, and Animal Control. The task force will focus on serious animal abuse in the 7 Southern California counties that make up the Central District of California, the most populous federal district in the country. I'm Jim Roop.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. So visit StrongTel.com right now. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, Tell is here to help you succeed. Visit tell360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example, stiction. Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yes, indeed. The moon is shining bright outside the secret bunker here. You can tell it's almost full. Full moon comes up over the weekend here, Sunday, technically. September 7. That'll be the corn moon, as they call it. It's the time of the year for the corn harvest. And yes, there will be a total lunar eclipse taking place with our next full moon. But it will not be visible here in the lower 48. It'll be winding down before the moon rises here in the lower 48. Meanwhile, all right, Friday, college football getting underway as we roll into week number 2. So welcome aboard to the Grump, and there is the prognosticator of prognosticators, Big Ed. Hey, guys.
I'm with you. What's up there, Steve?
Hey there.
We are into week 2.
Yes, sir.
No, actually, it's week 3, Steve.
Well, third weekend of football, but they're calling it week 2.
That's because they're a bunch of dodo birds. It's week 3.
Okay.
Hey, I'm the expert. Trust me, it's week 3. That's how he wins so many. He counts ahead. There you go. I need all the help I can get. Well, go ahead, Grum. No, we got a pretty good week coming up, or pretty good,
weekend
games coming up here. Yeah, it's a little bit off from last week, but there's some good matchups. Most of the games that we're looking at, I think only that we're picking here, only a couple of teams didn't have a win last week, and the rest of them, man, they killed it. There was just some damn good football last week. But go ahead, Ed. Yeah, Grump's right. And so people understand something. Steve, the only conversation me and Grump have, we might have 2 conversations during the week, is deciding what teams we're going to throw out there on the list. And then I have no clue what he's going to pick. And he has no clue what I'm going to pick.
Mm-hmm.
So when you hear it live, then that's when we both are hearing what each other's picks are going to be. And so I'm sitting there looking at this list,
And there's a couple of them I can pretty well figure which way Grump's going to go, but I try to leave him in the dark about what I'm going to do.
Okay.
So we're going to find out tonight how far apart we are. And we do have our two sleeper games. You know, that's where Grump's got a sleeper game. If you win it, you claim the win. If you lose it, you don't have to count the loss like we did last week. And that throwed me one game ahead of him last week because I won my sleeper game. And I've got a good sleeper game picked this week. So, and I can thank Knucklebuster for that, but we'll wait till the end of our main list and throw our sleeper games out there. Go ahead, Grump. I'll let you go first.
Where are we starting?
All right. Number one pick that we had was with Michigan and Oklahoma. I'm going with Oklahoma. I just think they're positioned better right now for a win, and I think they're kind of thirsty, so they're gonna, they're playing in Oklahoma, so I think it's going to be hard for Michigan to beat them there.
Okay.
And, it just looks like they're hyped up and ready to ride.
I am going, and I've thought long and hard about it. There's a 20% chance of rain tomorrow in the evening when they play. But Michigan, man, they got some big old chicken eaters on that defensive line. I mean, some big old boys. And then their coach is an Oklahoma alumnus, Shannon, I believe his name's Shannon Moore. I'm just hard pressed to pick Oklahoma because I'm just not for sure about their. I think Oklahoma's got a good defense, no doubt. But the question marks in their offense. Yeah, they got Mater, and but I don't want to get caught up in that hype like I did that Manning boy until I see him play some stiffer competition, and that's who he's going to be playing this week. I'm going to lean towards Michigan beating Oklahoma. That's who I got, Michigan.
All right, that's a good start.
All right, go ahead, Grump.
Second one we kind of looked at was Arizona State and Mississippi State. That would be a pretty good matchup. I mean, they're playing in Mississippi, so I think Arizona is likely to win that one. They seem to have a little bit better defense and they've been pretty good on the running game. So we'll see how that goes. What do you think, Ed?
I'm going with you, Grump. For the exact same reason. I think Arizona State's got more of a chance of winning. Mississippi State, maybe next year. This is the second year of their coach. So even though they're playing at Mississippi State, I'm gonna swing at Arizona State because they're one of the tougher Big 12 teams. So I'm with you.
Okay.
Then we got Army and K-State. Army lost their first game, so they're really not that impressive. But I think K-State's going to pull that one out, so I went with K-State.
And I'm right there with Grump, Steve. For the same reason, I just wasn't impressed with Army. I forget who they lost to, but it was a game they should have won. So there's just way too many question marks on Army. No disrespect towards them, but I believe they're playing at K-State. And
yes.
So, yeah. So I've got to go with K-State.
And then we got South Florida and the Florida Gators. Now, that's going to be a pounding game right there. I went with Florida Gators, but I think South Florida is going to give them all that they can handle.
And I am going with South Florida Bulls. They proved they had a real decisive win that first week. So I'm going with South Florida. I think they'll take them Gators.
Yeah, they beat the hell out of Boise State. They ain't no doubt about that. That was a walk away. But
That'll be a grudge game to South Florida and Florida Gators.
Oh yeah,
so.
yeah.
I don't think it'll. I'll be surprised if whoever wins it if it's a blowout.
Yeah.
I wouldn't think whoever wins it will win it more than 7.
No, I don't think so either. I think it's going to be a pretty good game. It's going to be, another one of them Notre Dame
games,
Miami games. Yeah. So next one here, I think we're going to go with Oklahoma State and Oregon. My pick was Oregon. I think Oregon brought up that big kid out of UCLA, that quarterback. And he was 5-star rated, man. He could throw that ball and just on the first game there. I mean, they did pretty damn good. So I'm going to look at Oregon here.
And I'm right there with Grump because the game's been played in Oregon, Oklahoma State. They lost their starting quarterback last week. And they're still, even though they got quite a few transfers in, they're still a couple of years away of getting rebuilt. And I just don't think Oklahoma State's going to waltz into Oregon home turf and beat them.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm right there with Trump. I'm going with Oregon.
Then we got Baylor and SMU. Baylor played last week. They didn't do so great. That's one of the losses from last week. But, they're playing at SMU, and I think it's going to be a good game. But I think SMU's got the power to get by them, so I think I'm going to go with SMU.
And I am going to go complete opposite. I think Baylor. I thought they showed some signs of life. I think SMU is going to be down a little bit this year. And so I'm going to Baylor.
And then we got Illinois and Duke. That game right there, the more I looked at that, it's kind of evenly matched, and neither team I think is a great big powerhouse. But I'm looking at going with Illinois on this one.
And I'm right there with you, Grump. I'm going to go with Illinois. I think, and I'm like you, I think they're evenly matched, but I just think Illinois will pull it off.
Yeah, they're playing at Duke, but I just, Illinois just got the, I think they got the edge. They got a little bit more on the percentage of and everything.
So they started with a win last weekend, I believe, right? So they're looking to, they got
both
some.
Of them did.
Oh, both of them, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, both did. And then I got Mizzou and Kansas. Kansas coming off of 2 wins, and Missouri, they're coming off of 1. And of course, they had a tough game last week. They just literally destroyed Central Arkansas. So that was a good game. But I'm going with Missouri. I think they got 3 different quarterbacks that they can rotate in and out, but the kid that they're using, he come over from Penn State, and he's just, he's phenomenal. So I'm going to go with Missouri.
And I'm going Kansas. I like what I've seen out of them so far, and I believe the game had been played at Missouri, and I think it'll be a close game. But I think Kansas got what it takes. If Kansas knocks off Missouri, I can tell you right now they'll be in the, and the posters act like they're in the hunt for a chance for the Big 12 championship. This game here will tell me whether they're also has-beens or they're just a mediocre Big 12 team. But so, based on what I've seen so far, I like Kansas, and I'm going with Kansas.
Yeah, they got some big kids in there too. They're just watching the game and listening to it and everything. They but so does Missouri. I mean, they got some really good offensive players there. They got some good a good tight end. They got good wide receivers. So it's going to be a good game. I'd like to be there to see it, but I'm in Texas. Then we got Ole Miss and Kentucky. I don't think Ole Miss stands much of a chance against Kentucky. I think Kentucky's They're looking good. I don't know what the favor is. I didn't really look at them, but just watching the two play, highlights and stuff of the last couple of games, I think I'm going to go. And they both have their wins. I mean, they've they're both sitting on a win. So I'm going to go with Kentucky, though.
Okay.
I'm right there with Grump. I'm going with Kentucky. I just don't think Ole Miss is going to be the team this year that they were last year. If I'm mistaken, Kentucky won that game last year at Ole Miss.
Yeah.
So
and
they're playing.
Yeah, they did.
This year.
Yeah, they're playing Kentucky, so it's going to be a good game. But I just don't think that Ole Miss can get by them. And then we got the 10th game. Go ahead.
I'm with you, Grump. I think Kentucky will take it.
Yep. And then the 10th game we got is Iowa playing Iowa State. And they're playing at Iowa State. Iowa State's coming off 2 wins. Iowa has 1 win. That's going to be a grudge game, so that'll be a good game. I'm kind of leaning toward Iowa. I think they can get by Iowa State.
And then we're going against each other on that one because I'm going with Iowa State because I love what I've seen so far out of them guys.
Yeah, they're damn sure. They come to play.
Since they're playing at Iowa State.
Yeah.
I think Iowa State will take them, Grump.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's going to be a real close game. But the reason I went with Iowa State or Iowa, I think they were kind of favored to win that a little bit there. They, I don't know. It's going to be a tough game. I know that both of them are.
It's always
really good ball.
That game's always close.
Yep.
Last couple of years, Iowa State's had the upper hand, and so based on just seeing Iowa State beat Kansas State in Ireland a couple of weeks ago, I like what I've seen of their offense. So I think they're going to have a better offensive firepower going up against Iowa.
Yeah.
So I'm going with Iowa State.
Going to be a good
game.
Now
our sleeper game.
Yep.
Go ahead, Grump.
Oh, go ahead. You got the
okay.
Arkansas State
the sleeper, yeah. Because I forgot about that. I heard Knucklebuster mention it last night, and I thought, oh man, I forgot about that game. And I'm going with Arkansas State. This is my sleeper game, and here's why. That's where Ashley. You remember niece Ashley, Steve? That's where she went to school.
Mm-hmm.
And I used to follow them religiously because their young quarterback at that time was a young man by the name of Justice Henson, and he was just a phenomenal quarterback. And unfortunately, he went after he got out of college. He went tried out for a couple of different pro teams, and one of them was Cleveland, and that's quarterback graveyard. Well, he didn't cut the mustard, and they released him. And after that, he kind of went wayward. But because I've always loved Arkansas State, I always feel like Arkansas has disrespected them. They should have been playing a long time ago. And it's even their coach Sam Pittman showing disrespect. I think they already got the game won in their minds. And just watching their interviews, listening to what they're saying, they're looking down the noses at Arkansas State, and they're a good mid-level team. Here, back when Justice was the quarterback, they went up to Lincoln, Nebraska, and played them nose to nose. Even though Nebraska wasn't all that huff and puff great, this Arkansas team reminds me of that Nebraska team. And even though Nebraska won that game, Arkansas State gave them the run for their money. And I think Arkansas State is going to go into that game with a big chip on their shoulder. And Arkansas is going to come in there with that, this is just a big-time scrimmage for us, and just knock them guys on their ass. If I was the defensive coordinator, that's what I would be preaching to them in the locker room. Go out there and knock them big peanut butter and jelly sandwich eaters on their ass, and let's take this game. And I think that they'll do it. So I'm going all the way with Arkansas State on that game.
All right.
I'm really looking forward to it, and I'm hoping I can pick it up on one of these, like ESPN or ESPN2 might carry it. So, but yeah, Arkansas State's my pick. Go ahead, Grump.
They played tough last week. They, they sure played tough last week. It was, they just annihilated. What was it, 42-24, something like that?
Yeah, and I noticed too, if I ain't mistaken, I think they play Iowa State too later on. No, but if Arkansas State goes there and beats Arkansas, that's going to be a different ball game when they play Iowa State. But it would give me, I would be setting up and taking notice, I can assure you. So, yeah. Arkansas State, that's who I'm going for. I'm a sleeper.
Well, I went with Vanderbilt and Virginia Tech. Of course, I picked Vanderbilt. Virginia Tech, they just, they weren't that impressive last week there. I mean, they played South Carolina, and South Carolina, they didn't beat the hell out of them, but they beat them. It was 24-11, so it was a decent game, but it just, I just think Vanderbilt, they got what it takes, and they're playing at Virginia Tech, so that, I just think they got what it takes to pull that one off. So we'll see. But that's our picks for and Vanderbilt played Charleston Southern there last week too. I was going to say that, but they it was 45-3, so it was a good game. They played. They had a lot of offense there that they really. Plus their defense didn't give Charleston Southern anything. I mean, they just. They were stepping up every time. At every turn they played ball to play ball. I mean, that's just the way it is. But other than that, that's our picks for next week there or this week.
We got quite a few we're going against each other on. Did you count them up, Steve?
Let's see. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 of the main games that you're in disagreement on. Then you got your 2 sleepers.
Okay, that's going to... One of us is going to be really out ahead. Or if Grump wins, he's going to go ahead of me. And if I win, well, Grump, boy, you're going to have to get to doing a little better about that analytics, man.
Yeah, I'm going to have to... I'm going to have to bust out the crystal ball or something here, I guess. But
okay, but so man, we're looking forward to the games, and I hope everybody else will watch the games. And I'm sure Captain Ron is pretty. This one time I agree with him. I think it's Michigan Wolverines. I think they got what it takes to beat OU. I really do.
All right.
We're gonna find out, or I'm gonna be crying. So. See, that's the difference. I'm a realist. Yeah, OU's my team. I love my Sooners. But I also know they ain't quite ready for the big boys yet.
Okay, that's good.
So, that's where I'm at, Steve. We thank you. Grump, appreciate it. And we'll be calling you Saturday making fun of it.
All right, gentlemen, thank you so much. So I guess we'll are you checking in with, it's a regular weekend, so we'll be here Monday morning. You checking in Monday or Tuesday?
No, we'll check in, Sunday night, Monday morning.
Okay.
Yeah, that's good.
Good deal.
And I know not to call you at home, Steve. Run your love life. Anyway, we'll call Sunday night, Monday morning.
Okay. Looking forward to it. Thank you very much. The Grump.
Thanks, sir. Thanks, Grump.
The analyst and the prognosticator of prognosticators. There's your college football picks. Week number 2. Even though I've got 3 weeks worth of spreadsheets here, but there you go. Our number, 844-844-3388. All right, we'll get to industry headlines, developments over the past day. Hello to Gilligan. Morning, Steve, fellow listeners. Driving in the moonlight, Max Meadows, Virginia, with 60 degrees. Everybody keep it shiny side up. Have a great weekend. Ah, yes, indeed. There. all said and done, NFL game number 1. Eagles 24, Cowboys 20. Final. Hello to Jerry in Central Alabama checking in. Love the show. Hello, 5-7. Copying the mail. Go Navy. Good to have you on board. I'll get to some of our other listening friends coming up here. Meanwhile, we've got clear lines. It's 844-844-3388. Don't buy or lease another truck without first calling TEL. New trucks as low as $500 down. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success. Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Chinese President Xi Jinping says the world is facing a choice between peace or war.
Russian President Vladimir Putin and North Korean leader Kim Jong-un were both in attendance at the parade, showing off Chinese military might. In his speech, Xi said, "Today humanity is again faced with the choice of peace or war, dialogue or confrontation, win-win or zero-sum," and said China was never intimidated by bullies. During the event, President Trump claimed on Truth Social that China and its allies were conspiring against the U.S. I'm Mark Mayfield.
A federal judge is blocking the Trump administration's move to freeze billions in federal grants to Harvard University.
Harvard claims the Trump administration pulled $2 billion in federal grants in retaliation for the university refusing to meet its demands. The grants were frozen in April, hours after the university refused to end DEI programs, address anti-Semitism, or screen international students for their ideology. Wednesday's ruling vacates the orders affecting Harvard and bars the Trump administration from enforcing them. I'm Rory O'Neill.
The CEO of Salesforce says AI has helped his company reduce headcount. Analyst Ed Zitron says tech companies are attributing layoffs to AI.
After overhiring during the pandemic and are trying to attract investors, touting increased efficiency.
It's just a growth at all cost mindset. The only thing that's important is growth, even if it ruins people's lives, even if it makes the company worse and provide an inferior product.
Mark Vidoff said in a podcast interview, Salesforce has laid off 4,000 employees because he needs fewer heads. Salesforce uses an AI tool called Agentforce, which are customer service bots. John Summers, USA Radio News.
Wall Street closed with stocks higher.
The Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 350 points, the S&P 500 gained 53 points, and the Nasdaq rose by 209 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, This just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
Chicago Teachers Union members are preparing families of students for possible ICE raids by educating them on their rights.
CTU President Stacey Davis Gates says playing the waiting game makes her task a tough one.
I have no idea if people are going to show up and with rifles, strapped to their back.
She adds that union members will be handing out Know Your Rights material tomorrow. CTU also provides virtual training for parents on constitutional protections.
Perry Williams with that report. 3 L.A. County Sheriff's deputies are relieved of duty amid off-duty assault allegations.
25-year-old Parker Seitz says the 3 deputies attacked him last Thanksgiving outside the Break Room Bar in Santa Clarita. He says he suffered a broken jaw, punctured lung, and other injuries. The Sheriff's Department says it takes all allegations seriously, and an internal investigation was launched. The federal lawsuit filed by Seitz also names the Sheriff's Department, hired security at the bar, and the bar itself. I'm Jim Roop.
An alleged haunted house that inspired the Conjuring movies is now available for overnight stays.
The house in Monroe, Connecticut is the former home of the late paranormal investigators Ed and Lorraine Warren and has since become the Warren Occult Museum. The museum contains hundreds of haunted artifacts, including the Annabelle doll from the Conjuring movies. Tickets for overnight stays at the Conjuring house go on sale Friday. Every overnight guest at the house will be required to sign a physical liability waiver as well as a spiritual liability waiver. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Put me down for a no thank you on that one. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from The New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secrets? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Real proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research found a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. That's proof.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Alrighty, what do you say? Get a new day underway as we roll into a Friday. Ready for the weekend. Well, ready or not. Yeah, for those in this region of the country, of course, the home base here out of Southwest Ohio. But it's hard to believe it's that time of year once again. Tonight, we will be officially kicking off the Art and Wine Festival, as we refer to it, at the Vinicolet Winery. The hidden gem here in Southwest Ohio. Yeah, several years ago, I don't know, it's probably been close to 10 years ago now when I first had Cresso in the studio. The guy that actually created the Vinicalette Winery. An incredible story. Every year when I kind of kick off the festival, I give the Reader's Digest version of his story. A man that was born in Croatia, living behind the Iron Curtain, as they say, during the rule of the Soviet Union. Actually had family members go before the firing squad in those days. But he kind of explained, in Croatia, everybody grows grapes and makes their own wine. So he had that passion for winemaking, but that's not what brought him to the United States. He was one of the lucky few who were able, in that region of the world, to get a college education. And essentially, he wouldn't say it, but he's a genius. Became an incredible engineer, made his way to the United States, initially to Chicago with a briefcase full of blueprints. One way or another, he designed engines, not like automobile engines. It was more, I guess, motors, I should say, electric motors and things of that nature. His technology is on numerous aircraft in our U.S. Air Force today. Some of the developments. So as an engineer, came to the U.S. Somehow he ended up here in Southwest Ohio, purchased a plot of land that was pretty much just a massive wooded area, some rolling hills. With his passion for wine, he planted a few vines, like 50 vines. He was going to grow the grapes, make some wine for his friends. But 50 vines turned into 500 vines, turned into thousands, and he's now got a beautiful vineyard here in Southwest Ohio. And he's actually kind of penned his life story, and he's going to be introducing that this weekend during the Fall Festival. It's a chance to meet the man behind the vineyard, hear about his journey, and all the in-between details, which I gave you the Reader's Digest version. I'm anxious to get a copy of his book. But it says here, born in Croatia, his passion for winemaking led him to the U.S., where he became an accomplished aerospace engineer before fulfilling his dream of building a winery. Every vine, every pond, everything on this land, he did by hand. So, of course, now they are celebrating award-winning wines. Some of his wine has actually been served to the Pope. So that's where we'll be kicking things off tonight. He'll be actually signing autographs. Signing autographs for the book that you can purchase there. Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I think the book signing will be like 2 to 4 each afternoon. But looking forward to seeing Cresso and getting a copy of his life story tonight. Meanwhile, lines available, clear lines at 844-844-3388. So that's how I'll kick off my weekend. It looks like it should be a beautiful night to get things underway. And things may be a little bit iffy for Saturday, weather-wise. Eskimo Mom had forwarded this my way this past day because it was kind of up in her neck of the woods, but a crash involving two semis, sending two to the hospital, lengthy delays and closures along I-70 this past day in Clark County. Westbound I-70 near State Route 4, a little after 5 in the afternoon. Two semis involved. Video shows crews on the scenes. One semi jackknifed, had lost portion of its load. Investigators believe the semi that lost its load had been hauling motor oil, which was all over the interstate. Cameras from the Ohio Department of Transportation actually captured a Care Flight helicopter landing on the interstate, which is not a good sign. It was there for about 20 minutes before taking off. Two were transported to area hospitals, one of whom is in critical condition, according to the crews on the scene. Obviously, there was an extended closure there along Interstate 70 this past day. I'm thinking it was either last night or the night before. We were sharing kind of like the wish list. OOIDA had submitted their comments to the FMCSA. What we would like to, it was actually the DOT, what we would like to see in the next highway bill that will be expiring at the end of next fiscal year. And one of the items on their list was to stop allowing these electronic logging device makers to self-certify. The self-certification process, because time after time, I mentioned, I come in here and I share. Yes, so many of these ELDs that have been removed from the list of approved electronic logging device. And there are hundreds upon hundreds of these self-certified devices. Why, after all this time, has not and cannot the FMCSA go through and say, all right, here's a list of certified models. If you buy this, you're good to go. Because so many drivers, so many companies are purchasing various devices, they get removed from the list. You have to go buy another. You're starting over again. Sure enough, the FMCSA announcing this past day, 3 more devices have been removed from their list of registered ELDs. The following service providers and devices are impacted. Let's see. TT, like TomTom, TomTom ELD Incorporated, TT ELD PT30. Yeah, they've got the model numbers there. That's the first. Leco Incorporated, known as ELO G42. Then you've got Renaissance ELD. Renaissance ELD, model number RNSSNC. Carriers using these ELDs have until November 3rd now to replace the devices with a compliant ELD. But that's the funny thing. What is on their list of a compliant ELD may not be compliant next week. It's happening over and over. Drivers currently using these ELDs should immediately stop using the revoked devices, revert to paper logs, or logging software to record your required hours of service. Until a replacement is obtained, through November 2nd, officials are encouraged not to cite a driver for using the revoked ELDs. Failing to use a registered ELD. Instead, safety officials should request the driver's paper logs and logging software or use the ELD display as a backup method to review the hours of service. But after November 3rd, those who continue using the revoked device will be considered as operating without an ELD. Drivers who are encountered using one of those will be placed out of service in accordance with the CVSA criteria. So, like I said, again, it's just happening over and over. And we've had several years now. When was the ELD? Wasn't it 2017 when these damn things were mandated? How, after all this amount of time, do we not have a certified list? That's my question. Let me see. Let's head up to, I believe, is it Edward? Edward on board. Good morning, Edward.
Hey, good morning, sir. Thank you for taking my call. I'm in Evansville, Indiana right now, and I grew up on Long Island and went to school with a kid my age whose dad developed a drone helicopter, and this is late 70s, and it was bought by the government. And it was never put into action or anything. But on our famous, one of our famous museums out there on Long Island, they have one of the prototypes there. And I remember the bicycling through his tract of land, with farmland back in the day. And he was yelling at me because I don't know if he thought it was secret or if I just annoyed him as being a kid. But it's amazing just the way our technology has grown, and the State University out there in New York took over the land for eminent domain, and they've since built a biotechnical units for the part of the university on Long Island. I'm not going to say which one, but it's amazing just everything that's going on. And I remember back in the day, and I look forward to go and see my family for Thanksgiving. And and I'm pretty a basic guy, but I remember back in the day they were trying to take the CB radios away from the drivers. And I don't know what they were going to do with the bandwidth or the wavelengths and stuff. But one thing I do when I come, it's a little sedan. When I go across countries is the basics, and I deal with the truckers and I say hello and what's going on the roads and have a nice day and such. And I hope, technology doesn't outpace me too much.
Right.
But thank you for your programs. They're very interesting.
Hey,
always.
Thank you so much for dialing us up this morning. I don't think he was a first-time caller because he says he was on, back in June 2nd. Okay. Hopefully we took care of him at the time. Thank you much, Edward. Have a great weekend. All right, 18 past the hour. It is 844-844-3388. James says, hey, they're calling for 90 degrees here near Atlanta, Georgia. Our pool is still open, he says. Good. Those years when I lived there in Northwest Georgia, we had a pool at the home that we rented there. The landlord actually allowed us to put a pool in. About the same as we've got above ground outside our home here. But I remember opening that pool nearly a month before Labor Day. And then, of course, it was probably maybe late September, early October before we actually had to close. So we only get like a 90-day window of opening to closing time for our pool here in this part of the country. It's almost not worth it. I was just thinking, it just closed it last weekend. And it's actually going to be covered for nearly 9 months. It's oh, boy. But with that, clear lines at 844-844-3388. Hello to Uncle Chops. Morning, Steve, the overnight crew, and the listeners. Yeah, coming up Sunday, let's go Buffalo. All right, Uncle Chops, so you and Dirty Harry are on the same page there. Both Buffalo fans there. Buckeyes are going to be playing Grambling. So it'll be a good time to work some things out this weekend. Okay. That's supposed to be kind of like a cakewalk. Is that what that was you're referencing? 5-7 said, the wife's mad at me. I normally wake up at like 3 a.m. Being a morning person. When I wake up and I'm not drowsy at 12 a.m., there's no need to lay in the bed, so I'm up and at 'em. Oh, why is my wife mad at me? Well, I'm sitting out on front of the screened-in porch drinking decaf coffee and apple cider donuts. I say, good morning, world. All right, it's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call Tell today at 866-404-6289 or visit Tell360.com and take the first step toward owning your success.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example, stiction. Engine oil can break down under extreme heat, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit that creates drag on the engine's moving parts. This sticky friction is stiction. Symptoms include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is formulated to be left in the engine. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. SpeedMax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
All right, let's delve a little bit into, well, the latest on tariff talk. You're still waiting to see, will the Fed finally opt to cut rates, interest rates here in the month of September? Supposedly too late. Jerome Powell keeps citing, we're waiting to see. What kind of impacts are these tariffs going to have on inflation? I'll take you to the business section from our friends at Breitbart this past day, highlighting the mystery of the missing tariff inflation may have been solved. They say American businesses are absorbing the cost themselves rather than passing them on to increasingly price-sensitive consumers, according to new Federal Reserve data that reveals why consumer prices have not risen as dramatically as the import tariffs might suggest. The August Beige Book, providing the clearest picture yet of how tariff-induced cost increases are getting trapped at the business level, explaining why inflation at the consumer level has remained more muted than many of the gloom and doom economists predicted. Despite tariffs creating widespread cost pressures across nearly all Federal Reserve districts, businesses report significant difficulty translating these increases into higher consumer prices. A Dallas Fed survey found that among companies affected by tariffs, only 21% noted pass-through thus far, passing those costs on. The mechanism is straightforward. Consumers can't or won't pay more, as the Federal Reserve noted. Some firms, or nearly all district, described at least some hesitancy in raising prices. Consumer price sensitivity, lack of pricing power, fear of losing business. In extreme cases, competitive pressure is forcing companies to cut prices even as their costs rise. The Cleveland and Minneapolis districts reported firms being under pressure to lower prices because of competition, despite facing increased input costs. It's a fairly easy dynamic to understand. Companies see their rivals under margin pressure. They lower their prices in hopes of driving them out of the market, which sounds to me kind of like the trucking industry, the cutthroat, backstabbing business. Yeah, a company will Take your LTL carrier. They're under pressure, and carrier B is going to cut their prices to so low that they might not even be profiting, but they're hoping to drive the other guy out of business, right? This dynamic explains why consumer inflation has not matched the scale of tariff increases. Businesses are essentially acting as a buffer, absorbing cost that many economists predicted would flow through to the consumer. The Kansas City Fed found that majority of businesses indicated profit margins contracted in recent months, with the compression most pronounced in heavy manufacturing sectors where tariffs exerted the greatest cost pressure. Specific examples from the Beige Book illuminate the pattern. A Boston home furnishing seller noted manufacturers had absorbed a greater share of tariffs than anticipated. A Chicago roofing manufacturer had not passed on higher cost from increased tariffs on Chinese-made nails and fasteners. Philadelphia retailers showed reluctance to pass on price increases from suppliers. It kind of goes on and on. Why can't the businesses raise prices? There is more to the story, and we can delve into that. But first, got to take care of a news break as we get a Friday underway. Where are you all at? It's 844-844-3388. Operate under your own authority and choose your carrier. TEL gives you the freedom to run your business your way. Learn more by visiting tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The president of China believes that humanity is facing a difficult choice.
President Xi Jinping said humanity is faced with the choice of peace or war, dialogue or confrontation, win-win or zero-sum. Russian President Vladimir Putin and North Korean leader Kim Jong-un were both in attendance. During the event, President Trump claimed on Truth Social that China and its allies were conspiring against the U.S. I'm Rory O'Neill.
A federal animal abuse task force has launched in Los Angeles.
During his first term in 2019, President Trump signed the Preventing Animal Cruelty and Torture Act. The new task force is made up of several federal, state, and local agencies, including the FBI, LA County DA's office, LAPD, and Animal Control. The task force will focus on serious animal abuse in the 7 Southern California counties that make up the Central District of California, the most populous federal district in the country. I'm Jim Roop.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. So visit StrongTel.com right now. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical, we've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Picking up where we left off there this early Friday as we make our way into the 5th day of September. And it's 844-844-3388. All right, Buckeye Boy, a few comments there. I was talking about the ELD. Says, you are correct. December 18, 2017, when they were officially mandated. They've had plenty of time. So he's keeping his pool open until the 18th. Then they'll close it up. It's a couple weekends left, right? Yeah, 5-7. Go ahead. Rub it in. A pool in Ohio is as useless as a snowmobile in Savannah, Georgia, Steve. Eskimo Mom, howdy, Overnight Drive Nation. Happy Hump Day Friday, whatever day it is. Got the regular run tonight. Except for some traffic and road work. Good night for trailer trucking. 55 degrees, rolling I-64 in Indiana at this hour. Be safe out there. Have a good weekend when you get to it. We were talking tariffs. And we left off with why businesses can't raise prices. According to this report, after years of Bidenflation and real wage reductions, consumer financial strain has reached levels where price increases trigger immediate demand destruction. A Philadelphia contact reported that more than half of their customers have become more price sensitive since the prior quarter. The result is businesses facing a stark choice: raise prices, lose customers, or absorb costs and accept lower profitability. Many are choosing the latter, apparently. A Kentucky manufacturer expressed concern about reaching a tipping point where consumers could no longer absorb additional price increases, while a home furnishings manufacturer reported increased pressure to lower prices due to competition in that sector, even though input costs have actually increased. Some businesses are timing price adjustments around inventory cycles, One Chicago retail analyst noted that some retailers may not start passing along tariff price increases until the new year, while others are implementing increases as pre-tariff inventories become depleted. This pricing dynamic helps explain several economic puzzles, they explain. Muted consumer inflation. Despite significant tariff increases, consumer prices have not risen proportionally because businesses are absorbing much of the impact. Number two, companies across sectors are turning to improved efficiency and headcount reduction to maintain profitability as they choose market share preservation versus rising prices. The inability to pass through cost is itself a sign that monetary policy is significantly restrictive. Competition holds down prices. The Federal Reserve's August data reveals business is currently acting as a buffer between tariff-induced cost increases and consumers, absorbing significant input cost rather than passing it through. As one contract noted, margins were already thin, and their ability to absorb cost increases was very limited. This dynamic shows how competitive market forces and consumer price sensitivity can contain inflation transmission, even when businesses face substantial cost pressures from policy changes. Very interesting. Now, on the same topic of tariffs, President Trump signing an executive order this past day implementing the U.S.-Japan trade agreement, according to the White House. Under the agreement, the United States will apply a baseline 15% tariff on nearly all Japanese imports entering the United States, alongside separate sector-specific treatment for automobiles and automobile parts, aerospace products, generic pharmaceuticals, and natural resources that are not naturally available or produced here in the United States, according to the order. Japan, meanwhile, will provide American manufacturing, aerospace, agriculture, food, energy, automobile, and industrial good producers with breakthrough openings in market access across key sectors. Japan has agreed to invest $550 billion in the United States. These investments, which will be selected by the United States government, will generate hundreds of thousands of U.S. jobs, expand domestic manufacturing, and secure American prosperity, according to the executive order this past day. There's yet another deal taking place. 844-844-3388. From there, let's jump back over to trucking industry headlines. Right on the heels of the report where Texas was not doing their due diligence in placing non-English proficient drivers out of service if they're driving intrastate, not crossing state lines. Less than 24 hours after that report, Texas Governor Greg Abbott ordering the Department of Public Safety to, quote, strictly enforce English proficiency requirements for commercial drivers. Right on the heels of the Breitbart, Texas, saying that the Lone Star State was pretty much leading the nation in having truck drivers removed from service for not being proficient in English. Truckers play an instrumental role in Texas' robust economy in keeping our highways safe, according to Governor Abbott in a written statement this past day. Every commercial driver operating in Texas must be able to communicate clearly in English to ensure compliance with traffic laws, follow safety directions, and prevent accidents. Now, right on the heels, and we shared that story last evening on the state leading the nation by doubled the second place state of commercial trucking drivers receiving out-of-service orders for not being proficient. A large percentage of commercial driver's license holders receiving out-of-service orders for not being proficient because they don't cross the state lines. Maleris referred to a presidential executive order which called for truck drivers with licenses to be proficient, as we've been following. Thursday morning, Abbott stated, "Today I am directing Department of Public Safety to enact zero-tolerance enforcement of these federal safety regulations across the board, whether drivers are operating across state lines or only in Texas. This approach," he says, "will keep Texans safe while keeping our economy moving." The governor's office stated, "At the governor's direction, commercial vehicle enforcement troopers and inspectors will conduct English proficiency reviews for all commercial license operators on Texas roads. These evaluations are a critical measure to ensure they possess the necessary communication skills." Now, we all know the executive order, then subsequently the FMCSA, the CVSA, putting this back into the out-of-service criteria. The governor also ordered Department of Public Safety to stop issuing intrastate commercial driver's licenses for drivers that cannot speak English sufficiently. American Truckers United spokesman Shannon Everett reacting to the announcement, stating, "Our team was confident that when the right people heard the message, it would be a simple decision to do the right thing. Thank you, Governor Abbott, for not only keeping Texas safe, but also implementing a policy that has the potential to improve safety across the nation if properly enforced." We've been reporting exclusively on the issue, these fatal crashes involving truckers unable to communicate in English. The initial report said Texas was largely responsible for the drivers that don't speak English on American roadways. The industry in Texas, the trucking industry, had been prioritizing cheap labor by favoring non-citizens over American citizens, compromising safety basically nationwide. What starts as a Texas issue becomes a national crisis when drivers from these companies failing English standards are exported across America. So, like I said, less than 24 hours in, wow, he got it done. Would that actually be 5-7?
Well, good morning.
Good morning, 5-7.
Yeah, come out on the porch. I'm just full of it. Good morning, world. And I got all the dogs. These farm dogs there.
Yeah, you're really distant. You're hard to hear.
If I hold my phone up, maybe that'll help. How about now?
A little bit better.
Well, my voice is a bit weak.
Okay.
Yeah, my heart only pumps 35%. I'm feeling fine.
You feel
a great year.
Yeah. So are you actually enjoying retirement? Just living life? Living life on the porch, waving at the trucks as they go by?
Cars, DOT cops, it don't bother. Hey, boys, keep working. I need money in my check every month.
Yeah.
So, I'm getting along fine. It's just real good. The only thing I can think of, I haven't seen a whole lot of it, is Marjorie Taylor Greene's out there, and she's got a lot of the Republicans upset. Pushing for that Epstein file to be released. But, and I typed in on that reel that had her doing that. There's still the other file they got where they had that slush fund where all these congressmen got, messed with these kids, these pages and all like that up in Congress. Taxpayer money being used to pay off these.
Yep.
People. And they can't, and they never did release who it is. I would hate to think the Epstein, and I'm thinking the big reason because even Dan Bongino was one that was hot and heavy to get this released. Epstein thought, get this released. Well, now he's in the position to release it. Oh, there ain't nothing there. Or it's like this. If they release it, maybe there's a lot of Republicans on it. They could, and it could possibly change the balance of power. Now, I hate to see that. They're going to have to be a lot of sacrifices all the way around if you want to clean up this government.
Yes,
Can't
sir.
Can't let them get by with this. I know it might be shooting ourselves in the foot here and there, but I imagine there's more than just Bill Clinton on that list. Of course, everybody that went out that island wasn't diddling.
Right.
They had legit business. Yeah, Marjorie Taylor Greene. I can't agree with her. She's a thorn in the Republican side. She said with the big beautiful bill, all of a sudden she seen people that were wanting to, hold true to the mega people. She seen that, since they were doing the same old politics. So that's the best way I can explain how she said why she come against all that. And I still don't understand how you can spend more money. Economy and moving along, I guess, fine. But it's, we got China, you got Russia, facing bad times if you go to war. Finally, about being worried about China and North Korea. The North Korean, I had a real North Korean out on the battlefield in Ukraine. I seen a reel that showed him going after a North Korean soldier, coming up behind that soldier. The soldier turned around and fired, and the drone got him, and when he turned around, it showed that the North Korean soldier actually shot his own troops by standing. They were running all over the field trying to get away. I
think you said that they're real good at marching, but they're not real well trained on the battlefield, is the way he put it. All right. That's good to hear from 5-7. I just wish we could have heard him a bit better. Kind of a muted signal, as they say. But all right. 5-7, continued healing, right? It is 844-844-3388. Back in two.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support. Plus, access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code overnight100. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
All right, on a quiet Friday, TGIF. Buckwheat's going to join us here momentarily. Let's get through the top of the hour news break, a couple minutes away. Opportunity to share a couple of other industry headlines. Some interesting things happening out there. They tell us criminal and civil subpoenas have now been issued to the trucking company involved in that fatal U-turn crash in Florida. Those subpoenas were announced this past day by the Florida Attorney General, James Othmeyer, during a news conference. According to Fox 29, it was White Hawk Carriers out of Ceres, California, that employed the 28-year-old truck driver, Harjinder Singh, at the time of that crash. Yeah, the documentation issued, they say, will compel the company to share business records, communications, and certifications related to the licensing and employment of Singh. Now, Othmeyer said, in Florida, we don't just talk the talk. We're going to use every tool, every legal tool at our disposal to fight back and protect our citizens. Singh never should have received that CDL in the first place. He went on to say not only was he illegally here in the country, but he also did not have the competency, the skill set. There's no way he went through the proper training in order to get this license. He said accountability is coming for these sanctuary policies, putting Floridians at risk, which is why I also issued a criminal subpoena to the employer of the illegal alien truck driver who killed 3 in St. Lucia County. And he also sent a list of legal demands to the states of Washington and California, where Singh held CDL licenses. We'll see. Accountability, he says, will be coming. Now, this is quite interesting in light of what was a big story a week ago is pretty much, non-existent for several nights. It was dominating the news cycle. The shooter firing 116 rounds into the Catholic school, killing 2 children there at the Minneapolis Catholic school. The discussions of transgender and what some say appears to be a pattern. If you are a boy thinking you're a girl or vice versa, is that a mental illness? It's being discussed at the higher levels of the Justice Department. Senior officials, they tell us, have held multiple meetings in recent days to consider a possible federal ban on transgender individuals from owning firearms. Multiple sources familiar with the matter, including one official inside the DOJ, confirming that the Office of Legal Counsel, which advises the Attorney General on legal matters, has held several such meetings since that tragic shooting in Minneapolis. This legal question of banning firearm ownership from transgendered individuals would focus on whether these people suffering from gender dysphoria are in fact mentally ill and therefore should be denied firearm ownership while they are unstable and unwell. Now, this would be a major escalation to see the federal government curtail Second Amendment protections for a big group of people. Now, how big is it? I don't know. In the case of transgendered people, it's a place many believe makes sense, which is why some top conservatives, including the likes of Turning Point USA's Charlie Kirk, have said this should be done. Yeah, Democrats have called for common sense gun laws for a long time. This seems pretty common sense to me. While any decision is not final, the fact that these meetings are actually happening, though, seems to suggest there may be movement in the Department of Justice toward taking some sort of steps in that direction. That's a very big headline, I would say. All right, don't buy or lease another truck without first calling Tell. New trucks as low as $500 down. Call Tell at 866-404-6289.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At Tell, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call Tell at 866-404-6289 or visit Tell360.com. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less. Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. What was supposed to be a hearing on the president's 2026 healthcare agenda, some lawmakers, including one from Georgia, grilled the health secretary's decision-making.
Lawmakers questioned Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. before a Senate committee. The discussion focused on several issues, including the dismissal of CDC Director Susan Monterez and various vaccine-related decisions. One of the lawmakers firing questions at Kennedy, Georgia's U.S. Senator Raphael Warnock.
You are a hazard to the health of the American people. Can I respond? No.
The hearing comes after more than 1,000 former and current Health and Human Services employees called for RFK Jr. to step down. I'm Liz Kennedy.
The U.S. Border Czar says federal agents are preparing to flood the zone in sanctuary cities in the Pacific Northwest. That includes Portland and Seattle.
Tom Homan, the White House's enforcement director, warned that operations could lead to collateral arrests of immigrants not deemed criminal threats, but living in the country illegally. The announcement comes weeks after Homan visited Portland's ICE facility. Mayor Keith Wilson responded that the city remains committed to its sanctuary status and will not assist federal immigration enforcement except when required by courts. I'm Monica Nelson.
ConocoPhillips is laying off nearly a quarter of its global workforce.
Confirmed Wednesday, it was restructuring the company and informed its employees it was reducing its workforce by 20 to 25%. The media director for ConocoPhillips says The majority of the layoffs take place this year. Company has about 13,000 employees worldwide, so over 3,000 workers could be affected. John Summers, USA Radio News.
Wall Street closed with stocks higher.
The Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 350 points, the S&P 500 gained 53 points, and the Nasdaq rose by 209 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
An elementary school in Virginia Beach has reported the state's latest case of measles.
The Virginia Department of Health says they received an email from Trentwood Elementary notifying them of a child with measles that had attended the second day of school, August 26. The school said it would remain open normally today, but all unvaccinated students and staff will be required to stay away from the school through September 16th. The Department of Health says possible exposure sites include children's hospitals in Virginia Beach and Norfolk, along with a CVS pharmacy in Virginia Beach. I'm Rosia Rivera.
Illinois and Chicago leaders are preparing for federal ICE agents to arrive in the coming days.
Governor J.B. Pritzker says he's heard reports that immigration enforcement can happen soon.
What we're hearing is that they'll be assembled, ready to go on Friday, and that they would begin actions on Saturday over the weekend.
There's still no word about whether National Guard troops are coming to the city. Pritzker met yesterday with leaders and volunteers from community violence intervention organizations to discuss the progress of their programs in reducing crime and violence. President Trump is considering sending the Guard to New Orleans instead.
Perry Williams with that report. New Mexico Governor Michelle Lujan Grisham is calling lawmakers into a special session.
The governor says she wants to address how New Mexico deals with the budget shortfalls created by the federal budget bill signed by President Trump in July. KOB-TV reports lawmakers will consider a handful of measures, including affordable health care, food assistance, and funding for public broadcasting, among others. The session's set to begin October 1st. I'm Connor Shreve.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
TEL's Independent Owner-Operator Program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. TEL has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Good to have you along for the ride as we kick off Friday. Obviously, big weekend in the world of sports as we officially kicked off the NFL season. Live action that ended just a few hours ago. Eagles versus Cowboys. Eagles come out on top. 24-20, I believe it was, final score there. We got NASCAR racing this weekend at Gateway, I believe it is. Of course, college football. Got the full list of picks from Big Ed and the Grump there in our first hour. That and so much more. All right. And good morning to Buckwheat. Thanks for helping a brother out here on a Friday.
Yeah, good morning, Steve. Yeah, had a short night last night. Thunderstorms and all kinds of stuff made it a little hard to sleep, you know. So we're driving here with resting one eye and open the other eye, and yeah, trying to not get them both closed at the same time. But yeah, when you were talking there about the economy, I was just thinking, you know, there's a lot of how do I want to say it? Like the businesses are not going to pass this stuff on if the people can't pay for it, and they're going to look other ways to cut the price down and try to get things lower. But that's not going to last forever. The cost is eventually going to come through. And I know Braindead was saying about the grocery stores being low, Kroger being slow. And I wonder if that isn't something to do with the illegal aliens being sent back, or, you know, stuff like that, because that would greatly affect the grocery stores. You know, if people are leaving or forced. What did they say? There was a couple million people that went back on their own already. I don't know. I don't see the difference, but well, if everybody's going to be leaving, that's going to be opening up the housing, and well, maybe eventually the rents will come down, or, you know, the pricing of the houses will come down because there'll be more houses available than people, you know. But I don't know, but yeah, well, we'll see once what happens. But I had my house purchased, so, you know, it's not totally paid off yet. That's why I keep going here to New York City, you know, trying to make a buck. But yes, some of the strange things that I do haul sometimes, it just amazes me. On Wednesday, I mean, our company brings stuff to New York City, and then we actually pick up stuff in New York City, stuff that gets shipped in, or stuff that's even made in New York City, food-wise. And so I had to go pick up at a place called the Lobster Place. So I was figuring I was picking up 3 skids from there to go to Los Angeles, California. And, well, I thought Lobster Place, I must be picking up some sort of lobster or, you know, some seafood there. Yeah. And they put these 3 skids on my truck, and here it wasn't even lobster or even seafood. It was butter.
Butter.
And, yeah, it was actually imported from France. I mean, I guess our cows don't produce the right butter. I don't know. But, so it was imported from France, and then we're going to ship it all the way across the country to Los Angeles. And I was like, wow, that stuff's going to have a lot of transportation charges on. I can't see how people can afford to buy it. But, you know, so, yeah, I mean, it's some of the things that, like today, I got taken to the city. I got full-size goats in boxes that are frozen and that. So, yeah, it's intriguing, you know, what for food people eat, you know. And I don't think I ever ate a goat, but I tried lamb already. I never really liked it. Maybe I didn't know how to make it right, but Yeah, it's anyhow. Yeah, this week here, I also talk about people hauling stuff, and truck drivers aren't always the ones that try to do some crazy stuff. I seen a pickup truck up there in Mount Vernon, which is a suburb north of New York City, and it was full of concrete, like broken up concrete, like a patio or something that somebody broke up, and the bed was full up to the top, and it was a half-ton pickup truck, and the thing was down. I mean, there was no suspension left. I mean, it was a squatted flat, so I was pretty sure they had more than a half a ton on that truck, but, it's, a couple of strange things that you come across, and I took a picture yesterday or the day before. No, I think it was the day before. Some of the equipment that some of these companies are running or owner-operators, I'm not sure what, but he had a trailer that the whole side, like the bottom 6 inches, was buckled out right over the top of the running gear of the trailer, the tires. It was like a 10-foot section was pushed out about a whole foot. And it was, it was, I suspect that the uprights were broken off inside the trailer, inside the walls. But, something like that, people are cutting costs. People are trying to, run things cheap, and and that's some of these accidents that, happen, with improper equipment that's not made to up to standard. And I seen a video yesterday. There was a guy that could barely speak any English. He was driving a truck and he flipped it, and the tow truck operator was there, like video, had like a body cam on, and he was saying that he uprighted the truck, and the Chinese guy, and he could barely speak English, but he said that he was going to continue driving, and the guy's like, well, you're leaking fuel out the one side, you don't got no mirror over there, and you want to. People from other countries have these way of, they just drive it to the vehicle stops, or, no matter, don't care about safety. But, it's just funny about that. But, it's sad, but I hope Florida gets after these people that, that handed out this license to that truck driver that made that U-turn. If they did something shady, didn't allow them to get the license properly, didn't train them properly. I mean, those people should be sitting in jail too that were involved with that, because that's not right, because we trust everybody that you meet coming down the road to be safe and respectful of the laws, and if they come, they just want to do things on their own, it puts our lives in danger. But so anyhow, we're going to New York City here. We're almost halfway there. We keep running into this rain that keep pushing it, but they were calling for like 0.4 of an inch of rain at our place, but we ended up with like 1 inch and 8/10 this morning. I seen last night. So we got a good amount of rain. We were really dry, so that's going to make my grass grow again, and I'm going to have to mow it again. But I told Cream of Wheat there that I wasn't going to mow this week, but hey, if it keeps raining, I might have to. But when I got up this morning, Cream of Wheat said there's a cat on our porch, and she's just crying and crying and crying. And I said, oh well, the rain probably ran her out of the cornfield. She's looking for a warm place to get in. And she said, well, she was crying so much she went and gave him a bowl of milk. And I'm like, don't give the cat feed it, because cat's never going to go away. But anyhow, she she had pity on the cat, and but anyways, I guess since Horse Feathers is sleeping, I'm going to have to do this thing, the Casual Friday. Don't mean to drive naked. So I got my clothes. I got my clothes on today. So anyhow, but that's about all I have. We'll speak at you later.
Thank you for checking in, Buckwheat. Have a great weekend there. All right, so the NFL season. I mean, action before the game even begins. Jalen Carter with the Eagles gets ejected before the first snap of the season. So he's face-to-face with Dak Prescott, the Cowboys. And they're mouthing all. Yeah, it's smash mouth, talking crap. And Jalen Carter kind of takes a step back and literally spits on Dak Prescott, spits right on his chest. And the referee's right there. There goes the flag. He's ejected before the first snap of the season. You get a Dumbass of the Week nominee. Jalen Carter, come on.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100 or visit tel360.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
To Big John, who checked in via the email, steve@hotshotsecret.com. Good morning, Steve and the crew. Hope everybody's doing well. Sounds like the gentleman's got their football schedules all figured out. It is for sure some football weather. Everybody stay safe. Have a great weekend. Don't forget to grab your Hot Shot Secret. Says your friend Big John. You are correct. And by the way, if you're needing to place an order, always remember, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. That gets you 10% off your entire order. And that's in addition to the 10% discount that's always available for military, first responders, and CDL holders. In other words, you can combine them 20% off your entire order. I got an update. Of course, the latest product on the shelf from Hot Shot Secret is the DEF additive, Defender Diesel Exhaust Fluid Additive. Yeah, you'll find the premium Defender is now at Tractor Supply stores. And you can also find many new products and sizes at some of your local retailers, including Stiction Eliminator and FR3 Friction Reducer. At select Walmart stores, they've got the Everyday Diesel Treatment 4-ounce bottles you'll find on the shelves at AutoZone and Advance Auto Parts, plus the LX4 on shelves at Love's Travel Centers and O'Reilly Auto Parts. All right. Let me jump back to the callers here and who we got on board. Good morning.
Hello?
Hey, that would be you. Who we got?
Hey.
Go ahead.
Hey.
Well, I don't think that's... Okay, I'm not... I can't hear you there. I don't know if it's the background noise or... Well, let me see. Malpractice, I do believe, on a Friday. What's going on?
What's going on, my brother from a different mother but the same father? What's going on?
How you been? It's been a while.
Well, remember I told you we was going on that cruise, and we went last of July and the 1st of August, and had a wonderful time. I am a cruiser now. Let me tell you that once you do one of them, man, oh man, that was a lot of fun. We went to Alaska.
Okay,
but it was a wonderful, wonderful place to go to. I'd go back.
How about that? Now,
but.
So did you get to see some wildlife? Did you get to see some whales? What all did you get to see up there?
Well, we got to see whales, eagles. We've seen a bunch of fat. I guess they are called otters. I don't know. They're great big old sea otters, I guess. But they was laying on the ice up there, and we seen bears on the. We was out in the water, but we was coming into port. We went into Ketchikan and Sitka, and we went into Juneau, and we now they got excursions you can pay for. Good God Almighty, I'm a truck driver, man. Them things was $12,000 and $13,000 to go get on a plane or a helicopter to go see a bunch of those animals that I can look on YouTube or look at my Funkin' Wagnalls, dictionary and look them up. I didn't do that. I'm not paying $13,000, but we didn't do any of that stuff. But we did go on land, and we looked around and went through the little towns they had, and we went to this place. I don't get out except in this truck and go across the country. But we went to this place that was called something Snow Crab Shack or something like that in Juneau, Alaska. Let me tell you, we stood in line for 45 minutes and got up there and got ready to order. We looked up there for 5 pounds of snow crab was $499.
Wow.
I was like, I'm not wanting to buy a crab boat. I just want to rent, get some of the food that's on there. I mean, it was $499 for it was for like a bucket of snow crab. I was like, holy whack-a-mole. But it was fun. We had a good time, but some of your subjects tonight I want to talk about, because I've been, since the bird flu, I've been running a lot of Arizona to our farms out there. And I feel like I'm the only American out there when I get out there, because you can see all these California plates, and they got the bug shields on the front, the big old bars on the front and all that stuff. And they're everywhere. I mean, it's just like, I didn't see any decrease in, that they was, getting rid of very many of them, but maybe they can speak English. I don't know, but I just it's unreal. The ones I talk to, they hold their phone up to you and talk into it, and then where it interprets it, and then they'll show you their phone back, and I'm like, man, oh man. But I didn't see any difference in it, but I guess maybe they're taking some of them off, but the bird flu with us now, we're getting ready to go back in where the birds are getting ready to migrate south. So this is where we got to amp up the bird flu again, because we lost 6 million birds in January of this year, and I just took 73,000 baby chicks over to the Outer Banks to our farm over there, and I think they're up. Normally they have about 3,800,000 birds over there. I think we're up to producing maybe 10 pallets of eggs a day. And then the one in Indiana, in southern Indiana, over there by Seymour, where I live, I think they said they've got like 20 houses out of 37 filled up with birds. So I mean, they're claiming it's going to be December before we get fully going back again on all that stuff. But we're really slow too on that. And on the E-log thing, I've got buddies that are owner-operators. Of course, I've been in this a long time. But they can manipulate their logs. Now, our company is on this Qualcomm stuff or whatever. It's Omnitrax. You can't do anything with this thing. Our company's got it locked down. But a lot of my buddies that run, they can run just like, back in the day, except they fill on their E-logs. So I'd say a lot of them E-logs that you've been talking about that they're getting rid of them is because of that right there. They're easy cheatable, which, when I was owner-operator, 3 logbooks wasn't nothing. But, being a company driver, we don't have that opportunity. But I think the Omnitrax is, they've been, Qualcomm has been in business forever. So, it's one of the, I guess it must be expensive. That's why nobody else does it or whatever. Holy moly. I'm climbing up on Jellicoe Mountain up here, and I think I got my head stuck in the clouds because it's awful foggy up here.
That tends to happen. I've been there, done that. Hey, thanks for checking in. We got to catch a news break here. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The president of China believes that humanity is facing a difficult choice.
President Xi Jinping said humanity is faced with the choice of peace or war, dialogue or confrontation, win-win or zero-sum. Russian President Vladimir Putin and North Korean leader Kim Jong-un were both in attendance. During the event, President Trump claimed on Truth Social that China and its allies were conspiring against the U.S. I'm Rory O'Neill.
A federal animal abuse task force has launched in Los Angeles.
During his first term in 2019, President Trump signed the Preventing Animal Cruelty and Torture Act. The new task force is made up of several federal, state, and local agencies, including the FBI, LA County DA's office, LAPD, and Animal Control. The task force will focus on serious animal abuse in the 7 Southern California counties that make up the Central District of California, the most populous federal district in the country. I'm Jim Roop.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
Medi-Share.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with Medi-Share and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were 0 problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
What I keep telling people. People love Medi-Share, and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for Medi-Share. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical, we've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Cue the microphone back at it here on a Friday. Hey, missed him on a Thursday morning, but Philip checks in on a Friday. Morning, Philip.
Morning, buddy. How you doing today?
Getting ready for the weekend, I guess. Going to be kind of a busy weekend for me.
Oh, really? You got to tear that pool down, or you just got to set it up to where you can don't go in it no more?
Oh, I got that all closed up last week. Yeah, we're kicking off the festival tonight, the Art and Wine Festival there at the Vita Colette. Then I got to get up bright and early Saturday morning. Got to be a long drive. Got to go pick up my uncle, and he's going to have some medical procedures done. So.
Oh, okay. Well, I hope everything goes all right for you there, buddy. Seems like we've been in the news here lately down here. Have you heard?
Well, yeah.
I apologize I didn't call in yesterday.
Your ears should have been burning. Somebody said, what's Philip think about this vaccine thing is the main thing everybody was asking about.
Well, I got kind of mixed reviews about it myself. I mean, you know what we went through with COVID was a pain in the butt. Mm-hmm. And the issues that we had with the shots and all that down here. And I know that everybody's heard me on here for a while. They actually heard me during that COVID mess. But I don't know, Steve. It's in one way, I think it's a good thing. In another way, I think it's a bad thing. Mm-hmm. And when you think about what happened up in New York with the Jewish folks that had problems up there, they didn't get vaccines for their children, and didn't have like a polio outbreak or something like that up there in New York, and it hurt a lot of people. That's the thing that kind of concerns me a little bit, but then you think about it, natural immunity is what everybody wants. You can only play God so much with a needle And, you know, natural immunity is what keeps us functioning. And the stuff that's out there, if you think about it one way, God put that on earth to thin the herd out, if you know what I mean, Steve. Mother Nature did. They call it that too. But I don't know. I got mixed reviews about it. What are you thinking about it, Steve? What's your thoughts on it?
I understand the premise of having, what do you call it, parental choice, individual choice. I'm just hoping most parents would have enough sense when it comes to things. I said that to Captain Ron earlier. If it's polio, there are vaccines for things that we know will prevent you from getting it, things that could kill you or paralyze you. I mean, I can see, I'm not a big fan of the flu shot, so I don't get that. I've had all the measles, mumps, rubella, and pertussis and all that. And I get my boosters when necessary. I still haven't got the shingles vaccine, but I just hope most parents make the right choice. I've always been an advocate for not mandating the COVID vaccine because we knew that was not a proven technology, and we didn't know what the side effects were going to be.
Well, I'll tell you what, that and I had to get one, obviously, because I had to go before work back in the day when we had to deal with that
you
situation.
And millions of others, yes.
But the thing is that MRA stuff is not, that's COVID, even when COVID happened, it was still being tested. It wasn't proven, and they threw it out there with COVID quickly, and it was crazy. All these, we've got all these proven facts. I'm like, yeah, sure. You did this within a year? I mean, that's hard to believe, There was the technology was coming around so fast. How could something come around so fast? That was our biggest question.
Right.
And think about tetanus and all that, Steve. I had to go for a tetanus shot when I was, I think I was about 15 or 16. I was still in school, to be quiet, and my nephew he was a little guy, and he was having to go for his shots. We actually went down and got our shots at the same time, and I was like, this is crazy, but I had to take it because I had to go to school, and it makes you wonder about it. It really does, and I don't know if I'm for it or against it. I'm kind of like in the middle. I'm kind of, because a lot of this stuff, thins the herd out, so to speak.
Yeah.
And I know that's not a very nice way to say it, but, it's one of the things that nature puts in place because we can't be here forever. But when it's your time, and God's got your plan. Your plan's over, you're done. But by the way, I just want to give my condolences to the Turner family. Robbie Turner passed away. A lot of y'all might not know that name, but if you've ever heard Waylon Jennings back in the day when he went to the Highwayman concerts, or you went and you saw Johnny Cash back in the day, or you saw Chris Stapleton at the beginning of his career when he hit big, there was a guy named Robbie Turner that played steel guitar for him, and he passed away. And Robbie was a good friend to all of us steel players and helped a lot of us, and we're going to miss him.
Okay.
And, I just want to give my condolences to his family. But it's a tricky situation. And then we got the deal with Alligator Alcatraz. They're still back and forth about that now.
Yep, I see that.
We've been all over the place in here, and and everybody's up in arms about this shot thing. And our Surgeon General came on there the other day, and it was like, oh God, what happened? My wife's about ready to have it with the governor. She says he interrupts everything on TV. So, I told her, I said, hey, I've been trying to get the info out there, and she, it is what it is. But, I'm kind of mixed in between the middle, like a lot of us are. Some of us want to go for it, some of us don't. I'm kind of in the middle, so to speak, Steve. So, but that's my feelings on it. And I apologize about yesterday, bud, but I just wasn't feeling good, and I didn't feel like I needed to go and mess around with anything, if you know what I mean.
Absolutely. So, hey, we all have those days. That's right.
Yeah, and that's all I got to say, buddy. You have a good weekend. I hope your weekend works out for you. Is that winery where that fellow's running that's been around forever up there?
Yes, Cresso, and he's debuting his biography. The book comes out. He'll be doing autographs there this weekend. Should be good.
Hey, can you do me a favor when you go and stuff? Can you take a few pictures and put it up on your post it on your Facebook?
Yeah, absolutely. Yep.
All righty, cool.
We will do that.
Well, I want everybody to be safe out there this weekend. Yeah, I'll talk to y'all later. Thanks, buddy.
Thank you much. Good to hear from you. All right. Philip on a Friday, no less. 844-844-3388. I think Doug joins us here. What's going on, Doug?
Good morning, Steve. Thanks for taking my call. When Grump and Big Ed were making their picks, I was in and out of the truck. I think Grump picked Iowa in the Iowa State game. Who did Big Ed pick for that one?
Ed went with Iowa State.
If you don't mind.
Iowa State.
Okay, I appreciate that. That's about all I had.
Okay. Yeah, that was one they were kind of divided on, but obviously, so there were, I think, 5 different games that they were kind of split on this weekend. So, yeah, but Iowa, correct. Grump took Iowa. Ed takes Iowa State. They were divided on the Kansas-Mizzou game. Grump took Mizzou, Kansas for Ed. See, we had Michigan versus Oklahoma. Even though Big Ed is a big Boomer Sooner fan, he's going with Michigan. Whereas Grump feels like Oklahoma's going to pull this one out of the hat. You have the Gators, Florida Gators versus South Florida. Ed went with South Florida. Grump went with the Gators. And the other split was Baylor versus SMU. Ed says Baylor. Grump said SMU. I would presume that you're going with the Gators this weekend. You better be, or somebody's going to have a skillet upside your head.
What? No, not me. No, I am going to take the Gators because, I mean, yeah, they demolished Sister Mary's the Poor by like 55-0 last week. That's just a little warm-up game. It's kind of hard to tell how good a team's going to do in the first week.
Yeah. That
Michigan-Oklahoma game, that's going to be it's going to be bloody. It depends on if Oklahoma shows up. That's the thing. But I think Michigan will probably take care of business down there. I mean, even if it's raining and whatnot, I think Michigan. I'm pretty sure Michigan will get it done. Like during the transfer portal, you know, Oklahoma has been rebuilding, so we'll see how things go. The Gators, South Florida, yeah, they've had a few great seasons, but they're not in a Power 5 conference. They're in some, was it ACC or American Athletic, or they're in one of those non-conferences like that.
Mm-hmm.
And the Gators really, really did shore up their line this season. And I honestly think they're going to be the sleeper team of the SEC this year. I really, really do. Not because I'm being paid for this by either Captain Ron on Michigan, but also too by Dinghybat with her Gators. So what's your plans for the weekend there, buddy?
Well, like I told Philip, we're kicking off the Art and Wine Festival tonight at the Vinicolette, the Vineyard, and got an early day. Got to get up. I got to leave like 6:45 in the morning. Go out, pick my uncle up. He's having an eye surgery done today. Then he's got to go back on Saturday, and he can't drive because he's going to have the patch over his eye and all that. So then I'll maybe try to watch some football Saturday afternoon.
So So, in other words, you're giving up your Skull Busters for some wine. You have gone upscale, buddy. You are no longer a cheapskate no more.
No,
we need to like move you up like one peg.
No, it's a vineyard, but for the festival they will have a they'll have a beer truck.
See, they knew you was coming.
Yes, sir.
But see, watch the beer kind of be a little bit more expensive than the wine, but no, I heard Buckwheat on there talking about the housing prices, and I was looking about we was looking to buy a house here right around not long after COVID. And the guy I used to work with at Yellow, he was a real estate agent down in Mississippi. And we just seen all the prices go nuts. And he said what it is was a lot of these investor companies, you know, like Buy Real Estate Investment Corporation or whatever, were buying up these houses over market price. So say you have a house that's only worth $250,000, they were paying $300,000. They were slapping a little paint, a little carpet in it, and renting it out for $1,500, $1,600, and people were paying it. And now, all of a sudden, the prices for that same house are starting to drop, or in that area are starting to drop. Rental. We've been kind of eyeballing one that's been on one of the internet sites, and we've been calling about it. Not frequent, not like every day, but you know. Often, and it's been empty for I think it's been almost 90 days now, and it's gone from $1,600 to $1,250. So I mean they're starting to feel the pain, but let me ask you this though: you're more in tune with all the inner workings with what's going on. I heard that they're redoing the SNAP benefits, but are they also redoing all of these Section 8 benefits as well?
All I know is they're going to have some work requirements in the mix, like for the SNAP thing. You know, you're going to have to work 20 hours a week or something if you're able-bodied, kind of. As far as Section 8, that I'm not sure.
Because that will really affect some of the housing prices. Because these landlord companies, they love that Section 8. They love it. They know it's guaranteed money every month. They ain't got to worry about, So that could probably cause some of this housing market to drop as far as rental houses goes. Now, as far as your standard property, ain't no telling how far that's going to drop. But it's also to your assessor's office, and just it's a long government mess, Steve. But speaking of government mess, I got to run the city tonight, so I got to duck out of here. You have a good weekend, buddy. We'll holler at you Monday.
All right. I did a quick search here, and this is what popped up. Recent changes in the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, SNAP, a.k.a. food stamps, and Section 8 housing choice vouchers. As I said, include expanded work requirements for SNAP beneficiaries, increased state cost sharing, and potentially higher eligibility burdens. The One Big Beautiful Bill has increased the age for SNAP general work requirements from 54 to 64 and raised the age for parents who are exempt from work requirements to 14 years old. Now, for Section 8, recipients must report changes in income or household size to the Public Housing Agency to ensure continued eligibility, according to the Department of Housing and Urban Development. That's, I guess, the Reader's Digest version of the changes that are now kicking in.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code overnight100.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weights? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler.
For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
What do we got here? Coming up, we'll get to the inbred redneck. He's got some important stuff, apparently, this morning. First, let's get to, is that Uber Ed? Morning, Ed.
Hey, how's it going, Steve? Hey, you were talking about that Carter gang, kicked out of that game. Well, Zach Prescott, he spit on the ground before that. But they didn't call him for spitting on the ground. He provoked the situation.
Mm-hmm. So by spitting on the ground, that means the other guy could spit on him?
Well, yeah. Well, no. He spit on the ground. He provoked the situation. If he probably wouldn't have spit on the ground when he started walking towards that guy probably wouldn't have spit on him.
Okay, I haven't seen from beginning to end. I just saw the part where they kind of backed up and he spit on Zach.
Yeah, but Zach spit first when he was coming out of the huddle, because that guy was about 3 yards in front of the line of scrimmage, and I don't know, they were having some words or something. Zach come out there and. He spit on the ground, and then he went face to face with Carter, and then Carter backed up and spit on him. But they both should have been kicked out of the game for spitting.
Well,
I don't like Zach Prescott anyway. Even though he's from Mississippi State, he gets hurt every season.
Yeah, so I mean, they said it was like was it the first play of the game or something? 6 seconds into the game or what?
I don't know. I wasn't watching. I didn't get to see the first part of it, but I see that part where they were showing what the incident was.
Okay. So, I mean, the one headline said they hadn't. So I guess they had the kickoff in I guess whether there was a returner, but they hadn't even had the first snap of the game, and Carter got ejected. What a great way to start your season, right? All right, a couple minutes before news break. So, gentlemen, hang in there. Get you coming up following the news break, top of the hour, where we're rolling up on the midnight hour on the West Coast. With all this bilingual or English proficiency discussion, there is a bilingual truck driver that's actually petitioned the Department of Transportation to actually make the English language proficiency the same as a formal endorsement on your CDL. Like a hazmat endorsement or a tanker endorsement. In a letter last Friday, Natasha Sanchez told the DOT that making English proficiency a qualification like hazmat or tanker endorsement would create a uniform standard for compliance. The proposal is being called the Safe Communication Act, English Language Proficiency Endorsement for truckers. This would make an ELP a clearly testable, verifiable, standardized credential consistent across all jurisdictions, he says. That reform would enhance legal clarity, uphold safety standards, and promote fair and equal treatment for all commercial drivers. Now, the petition, which also included collaboration from truck drivers Nelson Gonzalez Rivera, Edgar Roland Padilla, and Pedro Cancel, asking the DOT and the FMCSA, there's a handful of things on the list, creating a formal, federally recognized English language proficiency endorsement, first and foremost, on the CDL. There's a number of other pieces to the puzzle there, but we got to take care of the news break. Get behind the wheel of a new truck with TEL's flexible lease options and full factory warranties. Visit tel360.com.
With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you're in the driver's seat, literally. Choose your carrier or operate under your own authority and drive a truck that works as hard as you do. Ready to roll? Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 and get $100 off your first lease payment. Call TEL now at 866-404-6289. That's 866-404-6289. And let's get you on the road to ownership.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Chinese President Xi Jinping says the world is facing a choice between peace or war.
Russian President Vladimir Putin and North Korean leader Kim Jong-un were both in attendance at the parade, showing off Chinese military might. In his speech, Xi said, "Today humanity is again faced with the choice of peace or war, dialogue or confrontation, win-win or zero-sum," and said China was never intimidated by bullies. During the event, President Trump claimed on Truth Social that China and its allies were conspiring against the U.S. I'm Mark Mayfield.
A federal judge is blocking the Trump administration's move to freeze billions in federal grants to Harvard University.
Harvard claims the Trump administration pulled $2 billion in federal grants in retaliation for the university refusing to meet its demands. The grants were frozen in April, hours after the university refused to end DEI programs, address anti-Semitism, or screen international students for their ideology. Wednesday's ruling vacates the orders affecting Harvard and bars the Trump administration protection from enforcing them. I'm Rory O'Neill.
The CEO of Salesforce says AI has helped his company reduce headcount. Analyst Ed Zitron says tech companies are attributing layoffs to AI.
After overhiring during the pandemic and are trying to attract investors, touting increased efficiency.
It's just a growth at all cost mindset. The only thing that's important is growth, even if it ruins people's lives, even if it makes the company worse and provide an inferior product.
Mark Bidoff said in a podcast interview, Salesforce has laid off 4,000 employees because he needs fewer heads. Salesforce uses an AI tool called Agentforce, which are customer service bots. John Summers, USA Radio News.
Wall Street closed with stocks higher.
The Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 350 points. The S&P 500 gained 53 points, and the Nasdaq rose by 209 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
Chicago Teachers Union members are preparing families of students for possible ICE raids by educating them on their rights.
CTU President Stacey Davis Gates says playing the waiting game makes her task a tough one.
I have no idea if people are going to show up and with rifles, strapped to their back.
She adds that union members will be handing out Know Your Rights material tomorrow. CTU also provides virtual training for parents on constitutional protections.
Perry Williams with that report. 3 L.A. County Sheriff's deputies are relieved of duty amid off-duty assault allegations.
25-year-old Parker Seitz says the 3 deputies attacked him last Thanksgiving outside the Break Room Bar in Santa Clarita. He says he suffered a broken jaw, punctured lung, and other injuries. The Sheriff's Department says it takes all allegations seriously, and an internal investigation was launched. The federal lawsuit filed by Seitz also names the Sheriff's Department, hired security at the bar, and the bar itself. I'm Jim Roop.
An alleged haunted house that inspired the Conjuring movies is now available for overnight stays.
The house in Monroe, Connecticut is the former home of the late paranormal investigators Ed and Lorraine Warren and has since become the Warren Occult Museum. The museum contains hundreds of haunted artifacts, including the Annabelle doll from the Conjuring movies. Tickets for overnight stays at the Conjuring house go on sale Friday. Every overnight guest at the house will be required to sign a physical liability waiver as well as a spiritual liability waiver. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Put me down for a no thank you on that one. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from The New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you. Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
And what do you say? Another hour underway on a Friday. And away we go with the inbred redneck.
Well, good morning, Mr. Summers. Daggone, let me tell you something, buddy. I mean, when sometimes the truth is so evident, it's like a flash of light just pings in your head, flashes before your eyes. It's as quick as lightning, Steve. You know, I'm sure you've heard about all the AI taking over and all that, Steve.
Yes.
You hear it every day. Somebody at some company is getting laid off, and for right now, for the most part, it's mostly white-collar workers. But it's going to come for blue-collar workers. In a lot of ways, it's already had over the years. I mean, just think about what happened to the car companies and stuff, automation. How many people that put out of work? And I mean, hell, that wasn't even AI, you know. So, but the people have to get together a plan, buddy, a big plan. And dang on it, buddy. I mean, nobody wants to get in on the plan. Nobody wants to come up with a plan. And sometimes when there's a void like that, I've got to step forward. And I've got to take care of things. Now, you think about all this, Steve. They got you on the drugs, whether you realize it or not. The easy living drugs. Now, I ain't actually talking about taking some drugs, you know, but oh, just think about it. Once you're locked in your house, you've got your internet, you've got your satellite or cable TV, you got your air conditioning, your heater. Life's pretty good, ain't it, buddy? But how do they get all that stuff there? And the reason this all come up in my head, Steve, because you know, when say you got a large piece of property,
right?
And say they want to run a road right through the middle of that large piece of property you got. They got to compensate you. Now, you think about all these utility companies and everything else. Well, them guys ain't got to compensate you for nothing. They got a light pole in your front yard, and there ain't a damn thing you can do about it, you know? And it's un-American, Steve. I mean, if they're going to take your property or whatever, they got to compensate you in some way. And I think it's time that American landowners stand up to the government and say that they have made an unfair rule where these utilities can just run whatever all over your property without compensating you.
Okay.
Yeah. The other day, I decided I was going to count up the electric poles on my property. But I got 55 electric poles on my property. And nobody's ever compensated me. Matter of fact, when they decide that it's time to go trim some trees to keep them out of power lines or whatever, they just come walking up there like it ain't nothing.
Right.
And I think landowners should be able to lease that space to these utility companies. Say you got a gas line running through your front yard, you know, or whatever. I mean, there's inherent dangers in all this stuff. And what happens when an electric line falls on your house and a big storm comes through, whatever? Why? My God, it was an act of God. We can't compensate you. The insurance company throws their hands up there. Oh, God, you know. God done it. We can't do nothing about it, you know. I mean, you hear about it all the time.
Oh, yeah.
So we got to fight back. We got to fight back. And I'm going to tell y'all a little secret. AI cannot rule the world. The corporations can do all this stuff, and they can replace all the jobs. But at the end of the day, Steve, who's going to buy their stuff if they ain't got no damn money to buy?
Yeah, right.
It's just that damn simple. I mean, are they going to sell it to another country? No. It's all a big bunch of crap. But anyway, I was also thinking, you know, Steve, these food prices got out of control. And, you know, some people may think I'm trying to pick on a part of the population that shouldn't be picked on. And that is not my goal here at all. My goal is to fix these problems for the American people. Now, Steve, as all of us are aware, they are still running farm subsidies to this day. And I am here to tell you that the food industry is doing well. They're making all kinds of money. Now, if the farmers ain't making it, now they got to renegotiate that with these people. I'd really love to hear, you know, some farmers call in and tell us what their perspective is on it. But I about guarantee that their prices, as far as what they're getting on bushels of corn or whatever, ain't went up that much compared to what the food prices have
Oh, yeah, I think their prices are down, actually.
Yeah. So, there's a little bit of funny business going on here. But if I think if they shut down the farm subsidy, they would be such a glut of product on the market, there would be no way that they could cook the books anymore.
Yeah.
So, you know, people got to get together and do this stuff. But, buddy, I tell you what, I listened there at the first part of the show. Some of them football picks, I think they're a little sketchy.
Oh, yeah?
I wouldn't be taking them to the bank or nothing like that. I wouldn't be betting on Big Ed's word on this. I don't know, but they're talking about Vanderbilt beating Virginia Tech. That's a pretty far shot. Now, think about what they're saying. Vanderbilt beating Virginia Tech. I know Virginia Tech lost their first game, but, you know, it's still Vanderbilt.
Okay. Well, that was the Grumps bonus pick. So if he happens to be wrong, at least he doesn't lose a point. But if he's correct, he gets a bonus point. All right. So the inbred redneck has a plan. We have to have a plan. All right, get back at it here. Next up, let's see. Is it Richard? That's what I'm seeing on the screen. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, Stephen. Long-time listener, first-time caller. How you doing, buddy?
Well, I'm doing all right. How about that? Good to hear from you, first-time caller.
Good to hear from you, too. Hey, man, I heard your uncle is going through a procedure. How's he doing?
Well, he's actually been battling cancer. First of all, he's been doing chemotherapy for several months now, and then he ended up with a, what do they call it? It wasn't a detached retina, but a torn retina that he's having that repaired today. Then I have to take him back out Saturday. I guess they have to make sure everything went well with that surgery. Then we'll find out on Tuesday of next week whether his chemotherapy's actually been doing any good as far as battling the cancer. We're keeping our fingers crossed and praying that it's been successful.
Oh, well, God bless you, man. God bless you. I'm glad you got your support on your uncle and you're going through that and whatnot. And I wish him the best and whatnot. Stephen, the reason why I was calling in was a couple of callers back, a few, I'd say about 3 or 4, was talking about the COVID vaccine.
Yes.
And I have a lot of friends that were having a lot of problems, a lot of heart problems, kidney issues and stuff like that. And in my trucking company, I'm not going to name the trucking company that I support, they made me take the COVID vaccine. And I've been having issues myself as a trucker.
Right.
And when it comes to me trucking, the biggest issue that I've been dealing with is I got a very bad case of the hemorrhoids.
Okay.
I don't know if it has anything directly to do with the COVID vaccine.
I don't think that has anything to do with it. But I did see a study that says if you use your smartphone when you're on the commode, you do have a heightened risk of developing hemorrhoids.
Well, that probably explains it right there. But I swear to God, Stephen, when I took the COVID, I've been trucking for 13 and a half years now, okay? And ever since I took the COVID vaccine, I all of a sudden got the hemorrhoids. And it has been the worst thing ever.
I hear you.
And the biggest thing I was trying to say is, when it comes to entrepreneurs and people out there and whatnot, when it comes to the trucking industry, we go to all these trade shows and whatnot, it might be one of those things where they look into patenting some kind of technology where, we can fix the situation, maybe help us out.
Yeah.
When it comes to our seat technology, things of the such. But
yeah.
I just don't know if you talk to anyone else that have dealt with anything of the such like that.
I can't say that
Am I the first?
I think you're the first, Richard. And if I had to offer a hypothesis, there's a good chance that 13 years of trucking may be a contributing factor for your issue there. All right, Richard. All right, we'll get you a first-time caller code, Richard, regardless. He's 8 up. 844-844-3388. It's almost a full moon.
With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you're in the driver's seat, literally. Choose your carrier or operate under your own authority and drive a truck that works as hard as you do. Ready to roll? Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 and get $100 off your first lease payment. Call Tell now at 866-404-6289. That's 866-404-6289. And let's get you on the road to ownership.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
See what we have going on with Vic. You're on a Friday morning, Vic. What's happening?
Well, it kind of sounds like your show's turned into a Rathskeller rap session. You're going to a wine festival tomorrow. Are you familiar with that term, a Rathskeller rap session?
I am. I'm not familiar.
You don't like it? Well, that was something that the beatniks and the hippies kind of brought back in the 60s and the 70s, because most of those high dollar restaurants and stuff, you know, where they were serving all the high dollar wine, they also had what was called the wine cellar, and you could kind of go down there and basically people were just talking whatever they wanted to. Well, excuse me. But when I was listening to Richard there, I was thinking about, there used to be an old trucking song, something about truckers living on Preparation H or something. I don't know if you remember that or not.
Rolaids, Doan's Pills, and Preparation H. That was it.
Yeah. So anyway, but on a little bit more serious note about that, I think that that technology with the COVID-19 did mess up some of the circulatory system, and basically hemorrhoids are a varicose vein in a very uncomfortable place, and you have things in your arteries that make sure the blood keeps flowing the right way, and when you have a varicose vein, those valves start to pop, and that's what causes the varicose veins. But and the other thing too, the brain dead's question. Yes, they are changing the Section 8. They came out last week and said that anyone in Section 8 housing, they have to prove that they are an American citizen and that it's justifiable. Basically, their subsidies are justified, and that's going to mess up a lot of these rental companies, because they've been coming up, if they found anybody, try to buy this distressed property or anything of that nature, they would come in and buy it, and then they would try to put renters in there on Section 8. And since I'm one of those old guys that tells people to keep off my yard, was that we went through that here in this HOA, and they were buying up some of the houses in here, and then they were rent them out. And I would say that over 80% of those houses that were rented, when the renter moved out, they just have to bring a dumpster in and then remodel the house. So, yeah, you can imagine how much respect those people had for other people's property. And in the state of Indiana and most states, if you don't keep people from walking across your property, it becomes an easement, basically, by virtue of use. What's called inbred redneck was talking about what the utility companies did and all this other stuff. And Indiana somehow, some way, says that if a water line crosses your property, you're now responsible to prepare that water line, not just the water line from the tap of the house, but the whole water line. How they got that through, I don't know. But, yeah, there's a lot of funny things going on right now with property rights. So I can understand where he's coming from by counting these utility poles. But the main thing that I called about was when Philip was talking about all that, he was confused on the vaccines and all that. I don't know if you've seen any of the RFK testimony today or not. I tried to watch it, because I wanted to see what questions they wanted to ask him. And I realized after a very short time of watching it that these people did not want to listen to RFK's answers, because what RFK was trying to say was we were lied to during COVID. Big Pharma is controlling a lot of this stuff, and he wanted to get accurate information out to the people, and he wanted to do some research. But the people on that panel, they didn't really want to listen to him. They had their own agenda. And then I got thinking a little bit more. It's like, wait a minute. RFK Jr. was the one that the Democrats actually kept from running in the primary. Remember, they shut him down.
Mm-hmm.
And so then that's when he went over to Trump. So I thought, well, there's a little bit of that going on. And then the way the political system works is this big money that a lot of these companies give to the different elected people. They don't contact those people directly. I'm sure a lot of people are aware of this, but they contact a lobbyist, and then that lobbyist, they in turn contact a staffer, on that person's, staff or whatever, and it might be, any office, the regional office or the Washington office, and then they go talk to that staffer about this, the lobbyist does, and then they go back and they report to the main company that's really furnishing all of that money. Well, as the elected official, they're well aware of what that chain is. So if somebody's going to come and yank out a person that they help get in that chain, I'll just call it chain of command, then that means that's shutting down their money flow eventually, or that will be exposed. Mm-hmm. And they were getting on to RFK Jr. about some of the people that he was letting go. And what he was trying to say was, these were the people that lied to us during COVID, so we need to get rid of them and get people that will give us honest-to-goodness information and in a layman's term, some of that stuff that I sent you, even though I had a fair amount of medical education, I had to kind of look up some stuff and everything else about, neuropeptides and messenger RNA. The messenger RNA, that is the stuff that codes the DNA, and the DNA is what sets everything up.
And creates the spike protein, right? Well, hold the thought there. News break. Lease with Tel and enjoy affordable payments and support that keeps you running smooth anywhere in the continental U.S. Visit tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The president of China believes that humanity is facing a difficult choice.
President Xi Jinping said humanity is faced with the choice of peace or war, dialogue or confrontation, win-win or zero-sum. Russian President Vladimir Putin and North Korean leader Kim Jong-un were both in attendance. During the event, President Trump claimed on Truth Social that China and its allies were conspiring against the U.S. I'm Rory O'Neill.
A federal animal abuse task force has launched in Los Angeles.
During his first term in 2019, President Trump signed the Preventing Animal Cruelty and Torture Act. The new task force is made up of several federal, state, and local agencies, including the FBI, LA County DA's office, LAPD, and Animal Control. The task force will focus on serious animal abuse in the 7 Southern California counties that make up the Central District of California, the most populous federal district in the country. I'm Jim Roop.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
Medi-Share.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with Medi-Share and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were zero problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in in with your need. That is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
But I keep telling people love Medi-Share, and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for Medi-Share. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
Engine oil can break down under extreme heat, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit that creates drag on the engine's moving parts. This sticky friction is stiction. Symptoms include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is formulated to be left in the engine. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
And now back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, we left off chatting with Vic there, and we were chatting about the RFK being grilled on Capitol Hill this past day. I did actually get to see his exchange with Elizabeth Warren. That was classic. Yeah, during it's a Senate Finance Committee hearing. Yeah, she went on the offensive over vaccine mandate changes. At which point, Kennedy was quick to point out, hey, you receive tons of money from the pharmaceutical companies, like Vic was saying. That they're trying to defend the flow of money. Warren says, honoring your promise that you made when you were looking to get confirmed in this job, that is, you promised that you would not take away vaccines from anyone who wanted them. You just changed the classification of the COVID vaccine. To which you said, I'm not taking them away from anybody. She said, it takes it away if you can't get it from your pharmacy. Junior says most Americans will be able to get it from the pharmacy for free. Most Americans will get it from their pharmacy. Warren says, well, the question is, everyone who wants it. That was your promise. To which you said, I never promised. Yeah, I'd like to recommend products for which there is no indication. I know you've taken $855,000 from pharmaceutical companies. She said, well, that you would hold a sign saying you were lying when you said that? You're the one who said you would not take them away. I'm not taking them away from anybody. Yeah, you want me to indicate a product for which there is no clinical data? Is that what you want me to do? It was a very interesting back and forth, and then she went on questioning the woman that he had fired here a couple of weeks ago, and he came right out and said she was lying. She lied to you when she told you why she was fired. All right, welcome back, Vic.
Yeah, that was about where I dropped off watching it because I kind of had my own opinion of what this was really about. Because RFK Jr.'s been in this for a long time, and he's been through it all. And I think Phil had also mentioned this. This mRNA virus or technology, that was a lot of people stayed away from that, and it had a lot of problems. And the reason is it tries to modify the body's system to make immunity, but in the olden days, they would use either a live virus, a dead virus, or what's called an attenuated virus, which means it has been weakened in order to make the proteins that would trigger the whole allergic system of the body, and that becomes part of that person's DNA or immunity system. And like with the mothers, it gets passed on down through the colostrum. Well, mRNA doesn't do that. You will never develop like any sort of a natural immunity or a herd immunity with mRNA, and some of the viruses that RFK Jr. has fought over the years is like 1 year with the flu viruses. They found out that China was making vaccine very cheaply, but they didn't bother to tell anybody that was actually a live virus. And it was one of the Warsaw Pact nations, Bulgaria or one of them, that they wouldn't give their people vaccine until they experimented on it with prisoners. And that's where they found out it was that China was actually exporting the live virus in their vaccine. So then the rest of the world kind of got onto it, shut it down. And the attenuated viruses, just because you weakened all of them, it doesn't mean you're weakened some of them, doesn't mean you will get all of them. You will still have some live viruses in that. And that's why on the old, like they call it the dead virus, they go through all that, putting it into the chicken, egg, and everything else, and they finally separate out the protein they want. So the person's body will basically, their immune system will kick in. And you mentioned the flu vaccines. There are so many variants of the flu, and by the time you get what they think will be that year, they have you get it like in November, and the flu season hits in like January, February, and then through there. And sometimes that particular flu shot won't help you because it is weakened so much it won't help you fight the flu. So basically, I thought that's what they really was. That's what I thought they really wanted to know, and that's why I started watching those RFK hearings anyway. But really, all they wanted to do was to beat up on RFK and leave things in place so they could make sure that their money train wouldn't stop. And that's why I just, I pretty much said, heck with this, and I'm about to lose my voice. So real quick here to the guy worrying about farmer subsidies. Farmers don't get subsidies anymore. The government has a guaranteed insurance program, and they subsidize the insurance program. And when you see these names about see these things about average farm size is so much, they include all of them. And most of the corporate farms and large farmers now, they're farming roughly anywhere between 3,000 and 5,000 acres. And when on the farm subsidy program, if a farmer was farming 1,000 acres, that was considered a good sized farm. And basically, there has been the whole money train has been changed in farming. You don't have people willing to take risks. They go to the government, buy subsidized insurance. And right now, if you want to look it up, there's a big lawsuit by McDonald's, Kroger, Aldi's. There's some others in there against a company out of Fort Wayne called AgriStat, saying that they were conspiring with the meat packers to raise prices to the grocery chain. So that's a whole nother. That'd take forever and a day, I guess, to really explain that if you weren't familiar with it from the ground up. But that's about all I had there. I have a little voice trouble there.
All
anyway.
right. Well, good to hear from you, Vic, and pretty much exactly what Vic was saying, that it's the money train. Yeah, what was going on with this testimony? Ken Blackwell put it like this. The same senators who spent all day screaming at Robert F. Kennedy Jr. are the ones who've been getting millions of dollars from Big Pharma. Look at the records. Bernie Sanders, Elizabeth Warren, Raphael Warnock, Ron Wyden, the rest of the holier-than-thou crowd, they love to act outraged on camera, but behind the curtain they are pocketing checks from the very corporations they're supposed to regulate. This is what corruption looks like. These people are bought. They don't serve you. They don't serve your family. They serve Pfizer. They serve Moderna. They serve the insurance giants and the hospital lobbyists. Every time they yell at RFK Jr. or try to shut him down, remember, they're protecting the hand that feeds them. That's why they hate him, because he's pulling back the curtain on the lies they've told us for decades. He's exposing how the so-called public servants in Washington have been bought and paid for by the same industry that made record profits while ordinary Americans went bankrupt and buried loved ones. Bottom line, if you take money from Big Pharma, you're compromised. If you're compromised, you have no business deciding America's health care policies. These senators are not neutral. They are not honest brokers. They are owned, and every time they wag their fingers and shout down anyone who challenges their narrative, they're proving it. RFK Jr. is a threat to the system because he can't be bought. That's why they're trying to smear him. That's why they're trying to silence him. And that's exactly why millions of Americans are listening to him anyway. Time to stop letting the big pharma puppets make life and death decisions for this country. Well said, Mr. Blackwell. Senor Heatwave, good morning.
Oh, good morning from Flagstaff, Arizona, where it's a balmy 55 degrees. Boy, what are we going to do with this global climate change? Boy. Well, let's see here. Oh, I mean, hell, Steve, if I don't bug you at least once a night, I just don't sleep good at night. So, anyways, let's go ahead and try to figure out what's all going on here. A couple of months ago, I went ahead and put on your page about, if anybody wanted to call, they're more than welcome to call. And I had two people. One of them was asking me, well, what's the number? And I said, well, we're not affiliated any which way with with your organization nor your sponsor. We're just a bunch of old truck drivers out here just having fun, either moronic, sophomoric, or we're actually dabbling in deeper thought, and, well, it hasn't turned out very well. That's okay, And one says, well, I'm not a truck driver. Well, you don't have to be a truck driver. If you just want to, if you're staying up late at night and you're bored, or you just want to tap the pulse of the trucker out here, and you just do like the rest of us did. We got each other's number, and we call up, and we get groups. We call up. Ain't no big thing, if you just want to say hi, say hi. So, but that hasn't panned out very well. But all I can say is, for those who called in tonight, they got my number. You don't have to worry about getting an invite. The door is always open, or I should say the phone's always there. So if you're out driving and you just getting tired of hauling that ice cream to New York City, or whatever, just give us a call. Hell, we're not going to exclude you from anything. So the bigger the better. What the heck. Let's see here. Trump was under the gun. He was damned if he did and damned if he didn't get Operation Warp Speed out there. And his intention was to get something out there that was going to be good for the people. And I'm pretty sure that the best intentions of man generally fall short by others that seem to want to cut the rug out from underneath you. Oh, yeah, this vaccine's okay. Yeah, sure. Mm-hmm. Well, what are the side effects? Well, we really don't know. Are they lethal? Well, we really don't know. Are they life-changing? Well, we really don't know. But we know this: you won't get the virus.
Yeah.
And then it was found out, no, you're actually getting the virus.
Well, it won't be as bad.
Weakened.
It won't be as bad.
Yeah. But it
and if you get the shot, you won't.
If
you get the shot, you won't pass it to somebody else. And I guess technically you can, but it was all color by numbers, and they were coloring the wrong numbers.
And they were playing on the fears of the people. So Trump was going to get yelled at by half the country for not doing anything. Then he was going to get yelled at by the other half for doing something that was hurting people. So, and I seen just a smidget of that discussion between Pocahontas and RFK Jr. And I asked my co-driver about it. I said, why in the hell don't he just get up and say, listen here, you rag, this is what's going on. We know the truth. Stop pretending to be sanctimonious and holier than thou. And then the deal is they're on these committees that are going to give money to operate companies like, or not companies, but government offices such as, Hughes and Hellman Services, or whatever the hell RFK Jr. is the head of. It's kind of like that general when that idiot from Georgia was so worried about Guam being overpopulated on one side of the island that it was going to flip it over. I know that general was looking at his comrades in arms and going, this guy's nuts. And I'm sure he wanted to say something to that effect, but you got to pamper the paws that give you money for, the military. And it would be so refreshing to see someone stand up and say, you obviously don't get it. Shut up and let me talk. And maybe you can understand if you'd stop talking over me. But I guess what little decorum is out there, it's, I don't know, you get hood rats like Jasmine Crockett just going off, I'll be this and I'll be that and I'll be blah, blah, blah. Whatever, It's a pretty sad statement of her constituents that voted for her because she's a woman, which a Democrat cannot identify. They can't describe one. You know, she's a woman of color, so now they're voting for skin color, which I'm sure Martin Luther King is rolling around in his grave going, where in the hell did I say color counts, character don't? You know? And that she speaks the lingo of her constituents. You know, and I say, you know, bully for the Texas governor and the state house that went ahead and redistricted these places. I mean, good night. They're nothing but a damn drain on the teeth of the taxpayer. And that caveman over there, I ain't heard much from him ever since his seat basically got erased. You know, it is just amazing. And then you get people like who's that woman there in California that can stop bird crap in midair?
Maxine Waters.
There you go. She and Pelosi. I mean, Maxine wants to throw Article 25 against Trump. Why? She had plenty of opportunity to throw one against her fellow jackass, Biden. But no, he's good. But we ain't seen him in 4 months. He's fine. You don't see Trump for 2 days. My God, he's dead. He's got a imposter. Oh, shut up, you old bag.
Yeah.
You know, you can have a pile of crap sitting there and cover it with a wig. And you know what you got? A wig-covered pile of crap. And that is exactly what you got there in Maxine Waters. Lordy. Well, the spitting incident. Well, who in the hell don't spit on the ground?
I have since I talked to Uber Ed, I have seen the video, and I don't know. You got to check the video out. He's coming out of the huddle, kind of splitting his, the Cowboys players, and he's kind of looking directly at this guy, and he spits in his direction, and then they end up face to face, and then he spits on Dak. So I don't know. I mean, just because someone spit on the ground, I don't think that's giving you permission to spit directly on them, but it's called Spitgate. That's what's good. It's trending on social media, Spitgate. What a way to start the NFL season.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
All right, back at it here, rolling into a Friday. See what What's happening, pup?
Oh, just hanging around behind this thing, behind the steering wheel. But, no, Vic was right, and you're right. They were ganging up on him, and every one of those Democrats had taken money from the pharmaceuticals and stuff. Vic was right about the farmers paying in for crop insurance and stuff. They have to have it planted by so much time or a certain date and blah, blah, blah. But they still do get subsidized if corn or beans take a nosedive and go under a certain price. I believe it's, I think on corn, I think it's under $2.50, and beans is under $5. But they can get subsidized. But as of right now, the grain has went down and beef has went up. But and then as far as that Richard goes, I stumbled onto something that there's a pad out there you can get through Amazon. It's made for your sciatic nerve, and but it's kind of a two-edged tool. I mean, ever since I've had it, I've not had any trouble with my sciatic nerve.
Mm-hmm.
But it's also split in the back, and that certain part he's having trouble with. There's a hole right there, and there is no pressure in that area, and it's supposed to reduce that also.
Gotcha.
And it's very comfortable, and it's very affordable. It's only like my wife's at Amazon Prime. I don't know, but she's got Amazon Prime, and since she's got that, it was $21. I think regularly it's $26. I think. But now, Steve, I've got to ask you a personal question there, big buddy.
All right, can you hold on to the break to ask? Because I'm right against the clock. We'll be back after this.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success. Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
全国同胞们 尊敬的各位国家元首、政府首脑和国际组织代表，尊敬的各位来宾。
The president of China believes that humanity is facing a difficult choice.
Speaking at a large military parade in Beijing's Tiananmen Square, President Xi Jinping said humanity is faced with the choice of peace or war, dialogue or confrontation, win-win or zero-sum. Russian President Vladimir Putin and North Korean leader Kim Jong-un were both in attendance. During the event, President Trump claimed on Truth Social that China and its allies were conspiring against the U.S. I'm Rory O'Neill.
A federal animal abuse task force has launched in Los Angeles.
During his first term in 2019, President Trump signed the Preventing Animal Cruelty and Torture Act. The new task force is made up of several federal, state, and local agencies, including the FBI, LA County DA's office, LAPD, and Animal Control. The task force will focus on serious animal abuse in the 7 Southern California counties that make up the Central District of California, the most populous federal district in the country. I'm Jim Roop.
It's a scientific fact that we cannot look away from a car crash or extended coverage of a natural disaster.
Psychologists say the part of the brain that processes fear and threats likes excitement. So go ahead and doom scroll, because what you're looking at is in the past, and that's processed differently than things in the future, which is why pre-disaster warnings can send our brains into what's known as cognitive tunneling, which is equal to a shutdown. So warnings of a zombie apocalypse can turn even the most prepared into a sacrificial lamb. I'm Bree Tennis.
Wall Street closed with stocks higher.
The Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 350 points. The S&P 500 gained 53 points. And the Nasdaq rose by 209 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. So visit StrongTel.com right now. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
Buffalo Bills fans have found new food choices available at Highmark Stadium this season.
As the team's hospitality partner, Delaware North unveils a new menu. Selections also feature items inspired by visiting teams. For example, the Week 1 matchup with Baltimore offers smoked kielbasa with sauerkraut, bacon, and cabbage among the compliments for Buffalo, while the Baltimore side highlights a smoked salmon BLT mix. John Summers, USA Radio News.
Select Los Angeles Police Department and California Highway Patrol officers have now been assigned to protect Kamala Harris.
Harris has been given an LAPD and CHP security detail after President Trump recently revoked her Secret Service protection, which ended on Monday. The LAPD's Metropolitan Division confirms the LAPD is involved in Harris's new security detail. The Metropolitan Division contains the LAPD's specialized units, including its citywide tactical response teams, which provide security at high-profile events. I'm Daniel Martindale.
Several healthcare workers in Santa Barbara, California have been fired in connection with a TikTok video mocking patients.
The video shows 8 workers posing near patients' bodily fluids on exam tables. Several captions are shown on screen, including "Are patients allowed to leave you guys gifts?" and "Guess the substance." The video, which has since been deleted, went viral on several social media platforms last weekend. It was made by a former employee of Sansum Clinic, a nonprofit outpatient care facility owned by Sutter Health. I'm Daniel Martindale.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
What if the music stopped? If the familiar voices were silenced? If there were no breaking news updates? What if your companion and connection to your community came with a monthly fee? Don't worry, we're free local radio with you wherever you go, celebrating 100 years and looking forward to the next 100. We are broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on your local radio stations. By the National Association of Broadcasters.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. TEL's independent owner-operator program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. TEL has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
There you go. Get our final hour for a Friday. Final hour for this first week of September. Yeah, we're rolling into our first weekend here in the month of September. Now, let me get back to Pup. All right. Pup had a question for me. Lay it on me.
Yeah, here you go. What in Sam Hill are you watching on the commode that causes hemorrhoids?
Now, that I do not have the answer to. All I know is the scientific research. That's what was published this week.
I get a feeling I know where them scientists live, probably out in California, right? So you're going to go out and party at the fancy winery tonight, huh?
That's the plan. I can't stay too late, though, because I got to get up way too early Saturday morning.
Is that one of those events that you're going to MC, or are you just going as a guest for his new book?
I'll be kicking things off. You know, they'll get things started. They have a live band at like 5:30, and then I wait for the first band to be done. Then I get Cresso up there and introduce Cresso, kick off the festival, and then just go hang out with all the friends.
Yeah, it always sounds like you and Princess had a real fun time when you guys went out there and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But one night you was interviewing him and his daughter. It sounded pretty interesting and stuff. So, well, Steve, I just wanted to tease you. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
That's going back. What's that been? It's probably been 10 years ago, hadn't it? Because I think this is.
It's been a while. I believe it was while you were at the old studio.
Yes, it was.
I believe.
Had Cresso
Time
and
goes by so freaking fast.
his daughter Yasenka was there with us.
Sounds like a beautiful place. I'd like to see it sometime. But no, I hope you guys have a great fun time. And we're out here listening. Running through the Queen tonight is a lot less adventurous than last night. All right, Steve, you guys have a great weekend.
Thanks
Bye-bye.
for checking in. I mean, I'm not making this stuff up. I'm looking at, let's see, from ABC News. People who use their smartphones while sitting on the commode face a higher risk for painful, itchy hemorrhoids, according to research published in the journal PLOS One. Researchers investigated the bathroom habits of 125 adults undergoing screening colonoscopies. About 2/3 of participants reported scrolling through their smartphones while sitting on the toilet. Those who were glued to their phone while using the bathroom were 46% more likely to have hemorrhoids compared to those left the devices in another room. The likely explanation is prolonged sitting increases pressure in the veins, which can contribute to hemorrhoids. Scrollers spend a longer time sitting there. About 5 times as many smartphone users logged over 5 minutes on the toilet time per visit. When researchers asked what they were doing on their phones while they were doing their business, people confessed to catching up on the news, cruising through social media feeds, sending emails and texts. Okay. Pappy, on a Friday, what's happening?
Steve, I was kind of like sitting on the phone going through the newspaper.
Right.
Playboys back in the day for the older guys, right?
Yeah, right.
I don't know.
Reading the old Farmer's Almanac.
One thing Heatwave had wrong when he was talking about the vaccines is when he was saying, we don't know. Steve, they knew exactly what they were doing. Exactly. Did you hear who is the new leader of the World Economic Forum?
I have not.
The new head guy. Larry Fink. Does that name ring a bell?
Larry Fink.
BlackRock.
Oh, okay.
Right? He was the founder and CEO of BlackRock, which would coerce, bribe big companies like Disney to go woke, or they might lose some stock. Steve, this dude's as whacked out left as you can get, man. I think the only one farther than him is maybe George Soros. You were talking about following the money a little bit earlier.
Yeah.
So, money, Steve, obviously, we've seen how George Soros, with his money, was able to take over the justice system in this country, all by design. I didn't realize this, but did you know that the mayor of Chicago inherited billions of dollars? Billions. Not millions.
Billions.
With a B.
Okay.
Didn't do anything to earn it. Just like this guy running for New York mayor now. Right? They want to say he's a socialist, but who knows what he really is. His parents were filthy rich. He didn't do anything to earn all his money. But Steve, something else that caught the ear is that the Chicago's mayor has a cousin who inherited, because of the family money, billions of dollars too. And this cousin likes to give millions and millions and millions of dollars to just guess what? Well, this cousin is a transgender. Male wanting to be a female. So the money they inherited, millions, multi-million dollars are going to this gender-affirming care type stuff, Steve. Right? Wonder how many of the millions of dollars is going into some of these swamp rats. Follow the money. How long have we been saying that? Follow the money.
Forever.
You get your answer to everything.
Yep.
Well, Bud, that's all I really got. When you were talking about following the money, that came to mind. I thought, let's throw that out there. Yeah, first weekend of September. Holy moly. Yep, on this date, Steve, 44 years ago, Amanda was born. Changing life forever, right?
Yes, sir.
No more partying. Wake up, smell the coffee. Went out with father, and yes, sir. Go to work when it's cold, go to work when it's raining, go to work when it's snowing, go to work when you're sick. Because if you don't go to work, you don't get paid. That was back in the day before I was in the employment business that I'm in now. Oh, rough times. Think back then, Steve. I mean, we all been there. Everybody our age, we all been there. All right, man. Started out a little slow for you, but daggone, it sure picked up, didn't it?
It did finally kick in. I was like flipping a light switch. Everybody woke up.
I guess so, man. All right, don't forget to send Richard out his first-time caller code.
I got it. I got his number here. I got him covered. All right. Thanks, Pappy. Have a good weekend. Come on out and join us at the Vin Colette. We'll have a beer while everybody else drinks their wine. All right. Let me see. Is this Matt?
Hey, Steve. How you doing?
I'm doing well. What's going on?
Hey, first-time caller, long-time listener. Hey, I wanted to call and talk about the RFK interview you talked about earlier.
Okay, the hearing this past day. Go ahead.
Yeah, it was pretty wild. Thought it was pretty interesting. One of the things I got to say is, he talked about the COVID vaccine, and I took that COVID vaccine, and I tell you what, it gave me a pretty serious case of hemorrhoids.
I bet it did. So Matt, is that your brother? That would be Richard, I believe. Okay, there you go. Hey, Vic, welcome back.
They keep trying to drag your show down. It's, I don't know, was the pucker factor or sitting too long? Or, it really is a serious subject because it can lead to some pretty serious injuries. But anyway, back to what Pup was talking about with the subsidies. The figures that he mentioned, I know, they're discussing a new farm bill now. And I really haven't kept up on that, but I know back early in the spring that some of the farm broadcasts, they were talking about these subsidies were below the cost of production. So you would actually go broke if you were depending on those. So they were kind of a non-factor. And way back when you had all these different bases, like corn, you had a corn base, and sometimes you could get it increased, or somebody would sell a farm and then convert it into housing or whatever. Then the county board would redistribute it. But that paid you to not plant was basically what those subsidies were about. But basically, they have messed up. What I was more interested in is they have decreased the volume so much on the futures market that they literally closed the live trading there in Chicago. There's no more floor trade there, and all of it is done on computers. And if you don't get that certain amount of live interaction and all that stuff going on the floor, it just takes a certain factor out of it. And then they went to letting you trade at night, and I did that for a while and not make a lot of money, but doing pretty good. And then all of a sudden, they come out and people started to want to trade on the Chinese exchanges, and they pretty much killed the night trade now. So all the thing of it is that all of the futures trade, there are people that are willing to accept a risk, or like if somebody's going, say it's like in trucking, say somebody's looking at a big contract of some sort, and they want to make sure that they nail down their fuel costs. So they would like go to the futures market and buy the fuel for the time period that they were bidding for it. And then if they didn't get the contract, they could just close out that trade and go on. So that's pretty much all gone now. And that's the same way with the grocery chains. Before they could go in and they could either buy or sell or whatever. And we were just mentioning, like with the metals market the other night, the futures prices are way above the cost of mining and production, I believe. But for some reason, these different companies don't seem interested in hedging their cost of gold or silver or copper or whatever, which kind of that's got me totally bumfuzzled. It's like, well, why aren't they doing that? Maybe there isn't enough volume there. If they did that in thin trade, you can pretty well sink a market and get it, way out of kilter. And maybe they don't want to do that and actually get it down below the cost of mining. So that was pretty much what I was saying there. Whenever it would take forever and a day to explain all that. And I kind of got my voice back a little bit now, but that was what I was talking about. And they're discussing a new farm bill now, and Senator Grassley, he's wanting to make sure that foreign owners don't get subsidized. I don't know how much progress he's having on that because there are a lot of foreign ownership of farmland now. And of course, we've all heard about the Chinese trying to get as close to critical installations as they can. And at one time, even the Chinese were getting subsidies and this insurance and everything else. And primarily the other big thing was they have something in the livestock industry. It's called the Livestock Indemnity Plan. So it's pretty, the whole agricultural thing is no longer the like the 600, 800 or maybe 1,000 acre family farms and the thriving rural community and everything else. So that was pretty much what I was mentioning about. So basically the agricultural structure 30, 40 years ago, that's long gone, and I don't know what the actual, the farmers of yesteryears and the subsidies and everything, they're a minuscule effect on the price of stuff that you get every day now. It's more the fact that you have large corporations involved in it, and they're kind of warring one with another. And it's just right now we're back to the old days of charge all the traffic can bear, and there are so many government programs that the government just keeps paying up for a lot of these foodstuffs and everything, whether it's WIC or SNAP or VA purchase. The government purchases a world of foodstuffs, for all the different people that they have, the VA hospitals, the military, and on it goes. So, and they basically have what would be called an inelastic demand. They kind of have unlimited resources. So, the days that I studied economics 50 years ago and all that stuff, and agricultural economics, I still have my books, but I might as well throw them away because they're pretty well useless. But that's what I was talking about, the individual trying to blame subsidies. And I maybe Pup keeps up on this more than I do. But that was there might be subsidies there, but the stuff that he mentioned, that's actually below the cost of production. So how that all works now, I don't know. But I know that you can go to an insurance company. They will they have all sorts of. You can either get insurance for the amount of yield, the amount of revenue. It's all different types of things. And then the bad part about that is it's a communal type thing. It's different for every county and every state. They just look at, you have to even some of it gets down to the soil types. I mean, you talk about it. I don't know if you're familiar with a jingle puzzle or a cotton squash word puzzle. I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous. You can't figure it on a nationwide basis. You'd have to sit down and figure every county in the country and what their average production was. So it's far different than when I first started messing with agriculture and the markets way back when. But the point I was trying to make was I wouldn't look too much at whatever subsidies that they're paying out right now, because the nature of agriculture and food production in this country, it's all it's changed quite a bit, and the government. You've heard of these massive feedlots? It's called CAFOs, Concentrated Animal Feed Organizations. Well, the small farmer fed out a few hundred head of cattle years back. They were basically feeding these CAFOs their lunch, because the small farmers' cost of production was much lower. And so then the government come out and says, well, if you feed any livestock, you're going to be subject to the same regulations as those, and you just can't go in and out of the livestock business. You have to have a permit from the EPA, and people used to, they raise grain, they raise livestock, and there was something called the hog-corn ratio, and when corn got too cheap, they'd do what they call walk at the market, feed out a few hogs, and everybody started doing that. The price of hogs go down, and they quit doing that, and the price of grain would go up because of the demand, and the cycle would start all over again. The cycle on hogs used to be 3.5 years. The cycle in beef used to be between 7 and 8 years. So, all that's went by the wayside, Steve. And before I bore your audience too much, I'll just drop off here and let you finish out tonight.
All right, we're getting close, aren't we? A news break just ahead. There's Truck and Phil. Happy Casual Friday. Coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Summers, the Hotshot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. All right, looking forward to the full corn moon in a couple days. Starting off at 50 this morning, 72 for the high. Fort Wayne, 55 to 59. Newaygo, Michigan. Hey, a big shout out to the Knucklebuster. Roll on. Have a great weekend, all. Only, 111 days till Christmas? That's what we needed to know. Semper Fi from Truck and Phil. Thank you very much. And quickly, there's Steve in Columbus. What do you got this morning? It's the best day of the week. The back's been giving me fits this week, so hopefully a weekend of relaxation will help coax it back to working order. The coffee's hot, car's ready to go, time to head in town, see what the day brings us. All right, everybody, enjoy your day, enjoy your weekend. Thanks for listening in there, Steve in Columbus. Lease with Tel and enjoy affordable payments and support that keeps you running smooth anywhere in the continental USA. Visit tel360.com to learn more. We'll be back after this, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The president of China believes that humanity is facing a difficult choice.
President Xi Jinping said humanity is faced with the choice of peace or war, dialogue or confrontation, win-win or zero-sum. Russian President Vladimir Putin and North Korean leader Kim Jong-un were both in attendance. During the event, President Trump claimed on Truth Social that China and its allies were conspiring against the U.S. I'm Rory O'Neill.
A federal animal abuse task force has launched in Los Angeles.
During his first term in 2019, President Trump signed the Preventing Animal Cruelty and Torture Act. The new task force is made up of several federal, state, and local agencies, including the FBI, LA County DA's office, LAPD, and Animal Control. The task force will focus on serious animal abuse in the 7 Southern California counties that make up the Central District of California, the most populous federal district in the country. I'm Jim Roop.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
Medi-Share.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with Medi-Share and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were zero problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
But I keep telling people love Medi-Share and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for Medi-Share. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
Engine oil can break down under extreme heat, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit that creates drag on the engine's moving parts. This sticky friction is stiction. Symptoms include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is formulated to be left in the engine. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Gunpowder's title hopes ended a most unfortunate bang in Canton. Suddenly, the MAC team is trucking its way through Pro Stock, and 2 wily veterans solved Wasion to punch their tickets to the pull-off. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Marion, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. Grand National competition thrilled fans at both ends of Ohio this past weekend as 5 divisions were in action across the Tri-State Showdown in Wasion and the Charlie Sports Memorial in Canton. In light superstock in Canton, it was a crushing reversal of fortune for Marcus Wedelson and his Gunpowder and Lead. The Wellington and Bowling Green ring winner led the standings after a Friday night fourth behind eventual winner Kyle Carlin and Bad Blood. But on Saturday, a promising run ended in catastrophic engine failure that dropped Wedelson 6.5 points behind the class champ and returning leader Colton Whitworth and Yield Express. Filling the gap are Brian Bowles and Alter Ego and Rex Kuhn and Letter Buck, which had 57-point weekends in Stark County. In Yoder Popcorn Pro Stock in Canton, the Mack Trailer team is loaded. Pulling on their home Grand National track, hired gun James Ray was dominant aboard Mack Daddy with wins for the end and middle of the two classes. Boss Mike Connie was 7th on Friday and then 2nd on Saturday with Mack Nasty, and their success moved them solidly into Enderley contention. The 2025 owning Loud and Heavy and Loud and Heavy X had relatively quiet tours, but still lead the standings by a wide margin. In 4-wheel drive in Wauseon, Rule number 19 and Jake Zering won their way into the playoff ahead of new contenders John R. Davis and Greg Hitchcock to leave both of the Easterners on the outside looking into Urbana. Meanwhile, we have a points lead change for the first time in months, but still in the family as Tommy Corsa's American Made now tops daughter Taylor's Taylor Made by 3. Those two plus 50 grand winner Rob Foster's Simply Red are still eligible for the 2025 division title. In CM Pulling Tires Modified Mini in Wauseon, the legend of Ken Vini grows larger with each Ohio hook. The Drag Racing Hall of Famer followed 3 straight 29-point performances across Bowling Green and Wellington with a regular season-ending win in Wauseon and will now return to the pull-off to defend his 2024 Enderley Championship. It's not that fellow contenders Adam Bauer, Adam Kester, Lindsey Campbell, and Jeff Hurd had bad nights. Their worst finish was 10th of 25, but all lost ground to the master of Buckeye State Tracks. Kester will enter the Enderley with a 3-point lead over Hertz Little Bear and Bauer's Iron Toy. And in GMS Manufacturing Machine Light Modified in Canton, 2nd and 3rd place point earners RJ Simon and Johnny Payne won the battles, but veteran Wayne Sullivan will have won the war. Sullivan's Kentuckian completed the scheduled campaign with a 4th and a 3rd to build a comfortable 6-point lead bound for Western Ohio, where he will square off with Simon Says, Payne's Limitless, and Chase Richardson and Les Corporal for Enderley supremacy. 13 Grand National Divisions and 12 Regional National Divisions will have it out in one final 2025 showdown at the 38th Enderley Memorial Pull-Off on Saturday, September 13th at 5 p.m. at the Champaign County Fairgrounds in Urbana, Ohio. AllStarPool.com for event information and tickets. Full Poll Live for the broadcast, and NTPAPULL.com and the NTPA mobile app for lineups, results, and final standings. But there are miles to go before then. They run through Illinois at the DeKalb County Fair Grand Nationals in Sandwich on Thursday and Saturday, September 4th and 6th. They run through Indiana and Roanoke on Friday and Lynn on Saturday. And they run through Lumberton, North Carolina, those same 2 nights for the first Region 4 hooks since last October. NTPAPULL.com and the app will tell you what you need to know. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
All right, just a week away from championship weekend. Thank you very much for the update there, Mr. Dunlap. Well, as anticipated, the president earlier this week said he will seek an expedited Supreme Court review when it comes to the tariffs to decide whether his Liberation Day tariffs on more than 90 trading partners are legal. Just days after the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Federal Circuit struck down most of the tariffs, that court said the use of emergency powers to impose sweeping import duties exceeded presidential authority. Now, they did allow those tariffs to remain in place while this legal battle continues. The Liberation Day tariffs announced on April 2nd. Implementation has gradually been working its way in early August after multiple delays. Trump said that we could be forced to unwind trade deals with the likes of the European Union, Japan, South Korea. In the event the Supreme Court upholds this lower court ruling. If we don't win this case, our country's going to suffer so greatly. If you take away the tariffs, we could end up being a third world country. They've been leaning on the International Emergency Economic Powers Act to justify the tariffs. We've already brought in like $142 billion in tariffs, collecting more than $30 billion a month. Now, for importers, the stakes are high. Mike Short is president of Global Forwarding at the brokerage giant C.H. Robinson. Yeah, he said businesses are particularly concerned about potential refunds. In the event the Supreme Court were to uphold the lower court's decision, it's not clear whether their ruling would require retroactive refunds of duties already paid or only block tariffs on future shipments. In an interview with FreightWaves, if refunds are ordered, customs may process them automatically, or brokers may face a flood of additional work to secure them, doubling workloads literally overnight. Now, he said companies should prepare for continued trade turbulence, regardless of how the case is resolved. Section 232 investigations are still active across industries, including the likes of lumber, pharmaceuticals, aerospace, trucks, seafood, critical minerals. Those reviews could quickly trigger new tariffs, as we saw with the 50% duties added to imports of steel, aluminum, and copper back in July. Yeah, the reality, he says, is tariff volatility right now has become the new normal. Companies are not only adjusting short-term tactics like front-loading shipments, but also rethinking some of the long-term supply chains and sourcing strategies. They want us to move beyond discussion and actually accelerate execution on some of these. Now, moving to Washington, D.C., and the likes of Chicago, Memphis, Baltimore, National Guard. When are the forces going to be coming in? After all the hell she raised several weeks ago, when President Trump federalized the Washington, D.C. police, recall Mayor Bowser, she was fit to be tied, jumping up and down, doing what she could to stop this. I don't have the power to stop it. Apparently, she's come to her senses. All of a sudden, she's now on board. She actually issued an executive order on Tuesday directing the Metropolitan Police Department to work and cooperate with federal law enforcement officials indefinitely. A press release from Bowser's office said the mayor continues to work the work of the Safe and Beautiful Emergency Cooperation Center in managing the district's response to the Safe and Beautiful Task Force, which that was established by President Trump. As Trump announced this back in early August, invoking Section 740 of the District of Columbia Home Rule Act, placing the Metropolitan Police under direct federal control, activating the National Guard. Now, they've got a number, the Marshal Service, the FBI, State Park Police, Drug Enforcement Agency, BATF, Capitol Police, Secret Service. They've all been working together. But now Bowser's actually coming out and, essentially thanking the president. In a week following placing them under federal control, activating the National Guard, in the first week, violent crime in the capital decreased by 22%. Bowser is now expressing that she appreciates the surge of officers that enhance what the Metropolitan Police has been able to accomplish, adding that because there has been a reduction in crime, yes, believe it or not, neighborhoods feel safer and are safer. Now, Senator Marsha Blackburn this past day said people across the country are cheering President Trump's crime crackdown in D.C., wondering when he might do the same for their cities. And I quote, "One thing that President Trump has done by focusing on crime here in D.C. is to give voice to so many people who have faced crime, whether it's muggings, rape, knowing people that have had cars jacked, knowing there have been smashing grabs in stores that were in those stores when they were in there shopping. It's amazing the number of people that have stepped up to say, let me tell you what happened to me or my friend or someone that I know." They're applauding the president, bringing an emphasis to this, and we know now even the mayor of D.C. and some of the council members there are saying bringing the National Guard in was the right thing to do because it helped reduce crime and allowed the police force to branch out and do more in apprehending criminals. So now they're beginning to talk about other cities. You see people in areas that are saying, well, he did it in D.C. Hopefully, he'll bring in reinforcements to help our law enforcement and get crime under control in my neighborhood. Now, she said, at present, we already have the FBI doing a surge in Memphis. That's a good thing for residents there, apprehending hundreds of these gang leaders and people that are carrying out all these smash and grabs, drive-by shootings. We have a U.S. attorney there now, Acting Attorney Joe Murphy, who's actually prosecuting these crimes. It's important for people to know that their senator, Senator Bill Hagerty, and me, and their governor, Governor Lee, are in support of helping make these communities safe. I was talking to state elected officials yesterday in areas close to Memphis, she said, and his comment to me was, we need more of an emphasis because the crime doesn't just stay in Memphis, it spreads to surrounding areas. So they're so appreciative of this surge. I'm grateful to the FBI Director Kash Patel, the Attorney General Pam Bondi, and President Trump for sending resources to Memphis and Shelby County. There was rumors and rumblings that Chicago could be today. What about Baltimore and other areas? Interesting how the mayor there in D.C., though, actually seen the error of her ways, trying to prevent the president from doing what he did, and now actually coming back to thank him for making the city safer. I think we're about a week past last week, the CVSA's Brake Blitz, the Brake Safety Week. Don't have national numbers, but Arizona was the first to report numbers from that state. This year, CVSA's Brake Safety Week took place August 24th through 30th. In Arizona, patrol state troopers took part in the statewide detail focused on hazardous violations, obviously emphasis on brake systems. Some of the numbers out of Arizona. Total inspections, 627. Total violations, 2,229. Driver out-of-service violations, 151. Drivers placed out of service, 123. The number of vehicle out-of-service violations at 174. Actual vehicles placed out of service, 124. 56 hazmat inspections, 22 motor coach inspections, 46 citations issued, and 1 DUI arrest in a commercial vehicle. The state of Arizona, other states will begin reporting numbers here in the coming days and weeks.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical, we've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
About that, there are good advertising campaigns and there are horrific advertising campaigns. Exhibit A, Bud Light. Exhibit B, Cracker Barrel. Some of the more recent. And then there was American Eagle. You know, the whole Sydney Sweeney Great Jeans campaign. Brilliant. You know, they say, we all know historically the old adage is sex sells, right? Pretty women on a billboard. Men fall for that stuff. American Eagle said the Sydney Sweeney Great Jeans campaign boosted their stock price by 25% in their second fiscal quarter. The iconic fall denim campaign with Sydney Sweeney affirms we are the American jeans brand, according to the CEO of American Eagle during an earnings call on Wednesday. He said we saw record-breaking new customer acquisition and brand awareness cutting across age demographics and genders. He also credited the company's ad campaign featuring Travis Kelce, the future Mr. Taylor Swift, fueled by stronger product offerings and success of recent marketing campaigns. We've seen an uptick, customer awareness, customer engagement, comparable sales. Gee, I can't even imagine why these ads would be moving product. Even though, as I said, we know sex has been moving product since mankind began. How about that? Well, good morning, Charlie.
good morning, Steve, and fellow listeners. Yes, this is the unofficial Charlie Ferguson impersonator of the Overnight Drive. The man who aspires to one day be considered the Rich Little of the Overnight Drive. Our old friend Charlie Fry had another incident with his bull. It seems like, unbeknownst to Charlie, that nobody told him the other door was painted red. Well, you know, I've known Bacooter, but I've watched enough Bugs Bunny cartoons to know that bulls hate red. Well, this time he flipped the truck. Well, I'll tell you what, the only thing good about it is that he didn't get hurt, but boy, that truck's really messed up, and he's rolled that thing about 3 or 4 times. And now a word from our sponsor. GMA BS Enterprises wants to remind everybody that the cough medicine is still in stock. That's right, folks, 190 proof cough medicine. I even have an anonymous customer on the line to give a testimonial about our cough medicine.
Oh, boy.
Anonymous customer, are you still there?
Yes, this is the anonymous customer. Yeah. Uh-huh. I've got to say that cough medicine really works. I self-medicate every 5 minutes, and if I think I'm going to cough, I go ahead and hit a double shot. And I tell you what.
Yeah, there you go, folks. There you go. Actually, after a long night of fun-filled cow tipping, nothing like a bottle of our GMA and BS Enterprises cough medicine. Just remember, folks, for the incredible low price of $19.95, you can order 1 bottle of cough medicine. But wait, there's more. For the incredible low price of $49.95, you can get 2 bottles of cough medicine. That's right, folks. That's an over $10 value. Just remember our motto at GMA and BS Enterprises, brought to you by the founder's late great father, the West Virginia werewolf, will cheat you. I mean, treat you right.
Charlie.
Back to you, Steve.
Charlie, do something. You're going to have to wake up the right-wing nut. He has no idea. Now, I know he likes an adult beverage every now and then, but stay away from that GMA and B Enterprises. That's the magic elixir, as they say. All right, coming up next week, we're going to be paying close attention, well, we'll say the East Coast and Florida, those who might be in a position of being impacted by a tropical system. Yeah, by the middle of next week, the Leeward Islands will see deteriorating conditions from a hurricane passing close by or right over the region. Track and strength of the storm could be impacting parts of the Caribbean, and eventually some of these models are depicting. We've got a region anywhere from Florida up the East Coast we'll be having to closely watch again in the week ahead. But first, have yourself a great weekend. Thanks so much for being a part of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. We'll see you back here as we kick off a new week at the midnight hour, Sunday night into Monday morning.
Guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. change except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones